The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by the guest chaplain, the Reverend John Matthews, Grace Lutheran Church in Apple Valley, Minnesota.
Let us pray. God of all peoples, we are living on land once inhabited by the Pamunkey, the Dakota Sioux, the Ojibwa, the Anishinaabe, the Lenni-Lenape, the Rappahannock. May the sacred memory of them humble us and the spirit of their ancestors inspire us as together we strive for peace, justice, and reconciliation in our day. God of all nations, you have made each of us in your image. Empower us to see your face in the face of every other person here at and beyond our borders. Inspire us to live beyond mere tolerance and rather in deeper awe to celebrate the beauty of your whole human family. Help us to see the beauty of skin color, the complexity of gender, the richness of ethnicity, and the blessedness of religiosity in others, those who are different than us. God of this day and place, empower the members of this legislative assembly, as with the senators next door and our president and cabinet, to employ all of their wisdom and courage together to responsibly care for our planet and to protect all of your precious people, remembering especially the less fortunate and the most vulnerable. May your vision for this world, O God, forever be the goal of our lives and vocations. And finally and timely, we invoke your healing presence to surround the families of those harmed or killed in yesterday's tragic shooting in Maine. Inspire us to nurture communities where hatred and violence find no home. In your blessed name, we ask and pray these things. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Reverend. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Titus.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to welcome our guest chaplain, Reverend John Matthews. I thank Reverend Matthews for that beautiful and hopeful prayer at the conclusion of a tumultuous time in this chamber. Reverend Matthews has served as a United States Army chaplain and as a police chaplain. He's been a pastor at Trinity Lutheran Church in Moorhead, Prince of Peace Lutheran Church in Brooklyn Park, Memorial Lutheran Church in Afton, and finally he has pastored over myself and my family at Grace Lutheran Church in Apple Valley. John built bridges across religions during his career as well, assisting in the drafting of the Declaration of the Evangelical Lutheran Church in America to the Jewish community, which is now part of the permanent display on anti-Semitism at the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum in Washington, D.C. It is my honor to represent Reverend Matthews and his family, and I thank him for his contributions to our community. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what an extraordinary day that we have, the beginning of the speakership of Mike Johnson of Louisiana. And I hope everyone will see his acceptance speech last night. They need to look at that. It was a conservative, very clear voice calling for limited government, expanded freedom, calling for reducing regulations to provide for a strong America. It's such a positive message, and he promised to be with the people, and he's so much with the people, he's sitting on the front row. No speaker's ever sat on the front row. This is another first. But in addition to that, he's going to address Bidenomics, the most extraordinary inflation in 40 years, where the American families have lost $7,000. He's going to stop the war on fossil fuels so that we have fuels and have energy independence. He's going to be for a strong America, and that is that we're going to deter the dictators around the world who have invaded Ukraine, who have invaded Israel, who threaten the people of Taiwan. America will be strong. We will have a dynamic speaker, and we look forward to his leadership. And again, America's back on track. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Gentleman is recognized.
Members, later today we're going to be taking up an extraordinarily important piece of legislation and voting on whether this nation is going to be all in on a new nuclear arms race or whether we're going to modulate and think about what it is that we are funding. We're basically going to be funding the destruction, the potential destruction of all that exists on this planet. I'd also like to address the House on an issue that occurred yesterday in Maine, another assault weapon used to murder at least 16 people and perhaps another 50 being wounded. It's time for this House to act on extending the previous ban on assault weapons. This has nothing to do with the Second Amendment. This has everything to do with war on the American people. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition? Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to acknowledge and congratulate and celebrate the victory of the Las Vegas Aces, who won the 2023 Women's National Basketball Association Championship. On October 18, 2023, the Aces defeated the New York Liberty 70-69 in Game 4 of the WNBA Finals. They won despite two of their starters being out with injuries, star guard Chelsea Gray and center Kia Stokes. They won and have had an amazing two-cycle victory as champions under the leadership of Hall of Fame head coach Becky Hammon. Owner Mark Davis and team president Nikki Fargas have proven once again that investing in women's sports is investing in success. In the championship game, the finals' most valuable player, Asia Wilson, led the way with 24 points and 16 rebounds. Jackie Young added 16 points, and Kelsey Plum Dog they call her, delivered a well-rounded performance of rebounds, assists, and points. They have certainly raised the stakes in Las Vegas. We congratulate them and look forward to a third consecutive championship.
Gentlewoman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I seek recognition to give notice to my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House.
Will the gentlewoman first yield back her 1 minute?
Yes.
Okay. Now, for what purpose?
For what purpose is the gentlewoman seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I seek recognition to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. A resolution censuring Representative Rashida Tlaib for anti-Semitic activity, sympathizing with terrorist organizations, and leading an insurrection at the United States Capitol complex. Whereas in May 2019, Rashida Tlaib said that she celebrated the Holocaust and felt a calming feeling when thinking about the genocide of millions of Jews. Whereas in 2020, Rashida Tlaib retweeted an illustration with the caption, "From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." And this Palestine Liberation Organization, PLO slogan, has been adopted by Hamas and calls for the elimination of Israel and death to all Jews. Whereas in September 2022, Rashida Tlaib, as a member of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, displayed her disdain for Israel, saying, "You cannot claim to hold progressive values, yet back Israel's apartheid government." Whereas instead of denouncing the horrors of Hamas, slaughtering Israelis, and demanding the release of all hostages held by Hamas, Rashida Tlaib stated on October 8, 2023, "The path to the future must include lifting the blockade, ending the occupation, and dismantling the apartheid system that creates the suffocating, dehumanizing conditions that can lead to resistance." Whereas Rashida Tlaib exhibited her hatred for America by reposting a message on October 12, 2023, blaming America for allowing the deaths of Palestinian babies at the hands of Israel. Whereas Rashida Tlaib led an insurrection at the United States Capitol complex on October 18, 2023, which put members of Congress, their staffs, and Capitol visitors in danger by shutting down elevators, stairwells, and points of egress while obstructing official business in both the House of Representatives and the Senate, including a Senate Foreign Affairs Committee hearing. Whereas the insurrection led by Rashida Tlaib was organized by Jewish Voice for Peace, which the Anti-Defamation League calls a radical anti-Israel activist group that advocates for a complete economic, cultural, and academic boycott of the state of Israel, and that believes Israeli policies and actions are motivated by deeply rooted Jewish racial chauvinism and religious supremacism. Whereas members of the Southern Poverty Law Center, a far-left nonprofit organization, were present at the insurrection at the Capitol on October 18, 2023. Whereas several insurrectionists at the Capitol belong to a group messaging chat called Global Intifada, which is the Arabic word for rebellion or uprising, and refers to a series of protests and violent riots carried out by Palestinians in Israel during the last century. Whereas by leading an anti-American and anti-Semitic insurrection on October 18, 2023, Rashida Tlaib followed Hezbollah's orders to carry out a day of unprecedented anger following an explosion at a Gazan hospital, lying about Israel's responsibility for the attack, which United States intelligence agencies said was not perpetrated by Israel. And whereas members of Congress who denounce the United States while praising terrorist organizations are unfit to hold office, now therefore be it resolved that Representative Rashida Tlaib be censured. Representative Rashida Tlaib forthwith present herself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure, and Representative Rashida Tlaib be censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the majority leader or the minority leader as a question of the privileges of the House have immediate precedent only at a time designated by the chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentlewoman from Georgia will appear in the record at this point. The chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. Purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today to pay tribute to a dear friend and congressional colleague who passed away late last month, Senator Dianne Feinstein of California. I was deeply saddened at the news of the passing of Dianne, whom I worked with closely over many years on energy independence for our nation and to protect the waters of the United States, which are amongst our nation's most precious resources. Her acute mastery of the energy and water needs of our nation had no comparison. Throughout her career, Dianne shattered glass ceilings, first on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, serving as the board's first female president, then as the first woman to serve as mayor of San Francisco, and finally as the first female senator from the state of California. She would go on to become the longest-serving woman in the history of the U.S. Senate and was a champion for LGBTQ rights and our environmental needs throughout her career. My thoughts and prayers are with her dear daughter, Catherine, and all who knew and loved her, including her staff in the Senate. Rest in peace, my dear friend. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also wish to place in the record an opinion piece celebrating her life that was published this past month, and I ask unanimous consent to do that. I yield back.
Without objection. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to be removed as a co-sponsor of H.R. 3721.
The gentleman's request is granted. Pursuant to House Resolution 756 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4394. Will the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, kindly take the chair?
That's good. The House is in the Committee of the Whole House of the State of the Union for further consideration of H.R. 4394, which the clerk will report by title.
A bill making appropriations for energy and water development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
When the Committee of the Whole rose on Wednesday, October 25th, 2023, Amendment number 35, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242, offered by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, had been disposed of. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 36, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Gentleman is recognized. The clerk will designate the amendment. Excuse me.
Amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California.
Gentleman to yield. Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, and the member opposed each will control 5 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise today to offer a critical amendment to pause wasteful and unnecessary spending at the Savannah River Plutonium Processing Facility. This is a responsible measure. It will pause the development of this nuclear facility while we fix the cost overruns and mismanagement associated with this. Given the rhetoric of the Republican side of the aisle about reining in excessive spending, this amendment should be something that we would all agree on. The estimated cost of the Savannah River facility tripled from $3.6 billion to nearly $11 billion since the start of the project. It will likely continue to increase since this program is not scheduled to be completed until 2035. According to the August Government Accounting Office report, it will probably be delayed even further until 2038. Why are we spending $11 billion on this wasteful facility? You think it might be part of our critical national security, but that's not the case. For those unfamiliar with this facility, it is being built to produce plutonium pits, which is the core of a nuclear weapon. We already have thousands of these pits. Some will stand up here and say, oh my, we need to replace them because they age out. But these pits will last at least 100 years. And in some studies by independent panels of scientists and academics have suggested that these pits have even a longer life cycle. That's why the House passed in the fiscal year 2024 NDAA, the House Armed Services Amendment for an independent assessment of plutonium pit aging by experts. If we really care about responsible government spending, we must ensure there's a need before allocating billions of dollars to rebuild a stockpile that we already have in place, and that really should never be used. To reiterate, this amendment is a pause on next year's spending because we really do need to evaluate the science. And by the way, it's only $858 million, but hey, every dollar counts. So this pause is essentially a timing and prudent step. In our haste to build new nuclear bombs, we must allocate those costs appropriately. The January 2023 GAO report found that the National Nuclear Security Administration lacks a comprehensive schedule or cost estimate on what we are doing here with this particular program. The NNSA has not even identified all of the activities or milestones to achieve an 80 pit per year production capacity. I'm sure that some will argue wrongly, in my view, that I am undermining national security. They'll make exaggerated claims about the necessity to engage in a nuclear arms race. Well, we are, but the question, are we doing it wisely? The answer is no. We're spending money unnecessarily and in an inadvised way. So as a citizen, I'm also aware that we face challenges here at home. We've heard many of those. We also know that the new speaker wants to rein in unnecessary expenditures. I would suggest that this is one. With that, I reserve my time.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we have been debating the amendments to this energy and water bill, for some of the amendments I have risen in strong support and strong opposition. In all due respect to the gentleman from California, I rise in the staunchest opposition to his amendment. Mr. Chairman, our nation's nuclear deterrent, and for the people at home watching, is done through the NNSA. The NNSA is the National Nuclear Security Administration. It is part of the Department of Energy. As part of that key mission, and as part of this great bill, we are fully funding, and we need to continue to fully fund the updates to our weapons programs to keep our nuclear deterrent strong. Currently, the plutonium pits are being done and made at Los Alamos. They do an outstanding job. But we are so fortunate that our great friends at the Savannah River Reservation, and I have been there and I've been in this facility that is being built, will work to create new plutonium pits. The world is a dangerous place. Vladimir Putin, with his outrageous, wrong invasion of Ukraine, must be stopped. This man has basically threatened to use nuclear weapons. That is intolerable rhetoric. That is intolerable conduct. The strongest way to oppose that is to have a robust nuclear deterrent. Our bill does that. Los Alamos does that. The NNSA does that. And thank goodness our friends at the great Savannah River Reservation have done that for years and will continue to help our nation's nuclear arsenal with this facility to produce plutonium pits. The Chinese are growing their nuclear arsenal. The world is moving in the wrong direction. My hero, Ronald Reagan, in 1980 said, grow our nuclear deterrent. And he did that. I can remember standing in a college class with 200 students. I was the only person to stand up and to fight the nuclear freeze. Ronald Reagan was right. We defeated the evil empire, the Soviet Union, because we did not do a freeze. We stood up and built up our nuclear deterrent. We've got to do that now. Our partners in Savannah River are there. They're ready. This facility will supplement that. In all due respect to the gentleman from California, he is wrong on this. America needs its nuclear deterrent. The NNSA needs to be kept strong, and this plutonium pit production for Savannah River needs to go forward. With that, I will reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from California is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Tennessee is
At
recognized.
this time, Mr. Chairman, I would yield to my ranking member, Ms. Capter.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much for yielding. And I share the gentleman's strong passion for making sure that America has the very best deterrent on the face of the earth in view of what we're facing, not only in the Middle East, but obviously, as you stated, in Ukraine, and with what is happening at the high seas around the globe. And we are so proud of our nuclear navy. I rise in reluctant opposition to this amendment because of my dear friendship with Congressman Garamendi, and I respect your efforts to try to have a responsible nuclear deterrent and weapons program. I understand that. But this amendment itself would prohibit funding, as has been stated, for the plutonium pit production at the Savannah River Processing Facility. And we all know that plutonium modernization is a key aspect to meeting our nuclear weapons stockpile requirements and maintaining the nation's nuclear deterrent. And on both sides of the aisle of our subcommittee, we have had complete support, really, in ensuring that our country maintains a safe, secure, and credible nuclear deterrent while also addressing the threat of nuclear nonproliferation and terrorism. However, on our side of the aisle, at least, we continue to be troubled by the unsustainable spending in the Department of Energy's weapons program. And I have to say that the concerns about the budget deficit and so forth attend to every agency, including this one. And there have been cost overruns at a level that are historic, and I think we have to have rigor in terms of managing whatever funds are allocated to that important task. So I wholeheartedly agree with Chair Fleischman that the National Nuclear Security Administration needs to improve its program management. I hope they're hearing us, given that more than half of its projects are over cost or behind schedule. So that's not really a good record for something so important. I would ask for an additional minute.
Mr. Chairman, yes. Absolutely. Oh, my time's expired. Well, I don't have a minute to yield. If I may, Mr. Chairman, I rise as a designee of the gentle lady from. I move to strike the last word. I'm moving for a pro forma. If I may, I rise as a designee of the gentle lady from Texas, Ms. Granger. Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, I would like to yield to my ranking member, Ms. Capter, and I thank you.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. We, as a committee and as a Congress, have to face the realities of future defense caps and begin making important decisions to prioritize within those programs. And only through strategic prioritization can the program achieve success in meeting the needs of stockpile requirements and maintaining our nation's critical nuclear deterrent. Nonetheless, prohibiting all funds to one strategic investment of plutonium modernization at the Savannah River plutonium processing facility is not the right approach at this time. So I thank all of my colleagues. Working together, we'll find the right path for America. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I thank Congressman Garamendi for making sure that we spend our dollars wisely, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is now recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield to my friend, the distinguished gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I rise in opposition to this amendment by my good friend, Lieutenant Governor John Garamendi. And I'm so grateful to see actually our chairman, Chuck Fleischmann, working with the ranking member, Marcy Kaptur, as we oppose this amendment. This is a time when the Chinese Communist Party is conducting the largest military nuclear buildup in world history. War criminal Putin is invading Ukraine and threatens nuclear weapons. And the dictatorship in Tehran is invading Israel, is developing nuclear weapons while chanting, "Death to Israel, death to America." In defense, we should be modernizing America's nuclear arsenal. We did not choose the war of dictators with rule of gun who are invading democracies with rule of law. But we're in this. Ukraine has been invaded, Israel invaded, and they threaten Taiwan. Plutonium pit production is among the most critical national security needs. As with every weapon, we must continue to invest in improvements to our nuclear inventory to achieve peace through strength, in the tradition, as the chairman has so correctly said, of Ronald Reagan. We sadly and incredibly, last night, BBC News broadcast a report, quote, "Russia has just released a massive nuclear strike capability." And this was presented on Russian Putin State TV last night as the defense minister reviewed this with the war criminal Vladimir Putin, how current this is. The United States currently has a statutory requirement of producing 80 plutonium pits per year, as close as we can to 2030. Of those 80, the Savannah River site will be responsible for producing 50. As the only member of Congress who's actually worked at the Savannah River site, I know of the competence and capabilities of the people at the site. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is once again recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I would like to yield to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan. And I would like to explain to the chairman that this fine gentleman is my counterpart on the authorization side on the Energy and Commerce Committee, has been a strong leader in nuclear, and has been my partner. As I am the appropriator, he is the authorizer. And with that, I yield to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Duncan.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I speak in opposition to this amendment because it puts American security at risk. You know, plutonium pits, a key component of nuclear warhead production, have not been regularly produced in the United States since 1989. We're forced to refurbish our existing stockpile of warheads to keep up with the demand, but we can only do that for so long because the components degrade. Russia and China are ramping up their capacity to produce new nuclear weapon components. We need to show our adversaries we're capable of maintaining a strong and modernized nuclear deterrent. In fact, Speaker Johnson yesterday reiterated peace through strength. We have a statutory obligation to manufacture at least 80 plutonium pits annually by the year 2030 just to maintain our national defense goals. And H Canyon at Savannah River site is a critical component. It's the last of its kind in the nation to help this disassembly and assembly process. This amendment is misguided. I want to invite the gentleman from California to actually come down to South Carolina and visit the Savannah River site, because I've been told you haven't. So you're talking about something you don't even really know about just because you want to cut funding away. You don't like nuclear weapons. The plutonium pit project at Savannah River site in South Carolina will be responsible for producing over half of the minimum annual requirement. We must continue to support Savannah River site to maintain a dominant nuclear force in the world, and I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment. I thank the gentleman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, at this time I yield to my dear friend, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Gentleman is recognized.
I rise in opposition to this amendment, which would prohibit funding for plutonium pit production at the Savannah River site. I appreciate my friend from California's concern of cost. I will have to note I spent...
Gentlemen, time has expired under the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, as I rise as designee of the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Granger, Mr. Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I yield to Mr. Chairman. I yield to Mr. Allen.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this amendment, which would prohibit funding for plutonium pit production at the Savannah River site. As my friend mentioned, the cost overruns, and I appreciate his concern with that. But let me tell you, I spent 40 years in the construction business. Since in the last 2 years, concrete has doubled in price. Steel has doubled in price. And there's a lot of concrete and steel in a plutonium, and we do need to deal with the inflation we're seeing out there. The Savannah River site is also known as SRS, and it's the Department of Energy site conducting important work to defend our national security, and Georgia's 12th District is home to approximately 30% of the workforce. Currently under construction, the Savannah River site is the Savannah River Plutonium Processing Facility. Required by law, this is part of a two-site strategy with Los Alamos National Laboratory and the Savannah River site tasked with producing plutonium pits to help improve resiliency and mitigate risk in the United States pit production. Let me say that again, to mitigate risk in the United States pit production. This short-sighted amendment would critically threaten this urgent national security mission. The Savannah River site is committed to nuclear modernization to ensure America's nuclear deterrent is safe and reliable. To say otherwise is simply not true. I urge a no vote on this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is once again recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California is now recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. I have a question about fairness in the debate. The chair of the subcommittee has offered 2 pro forma amendments, giving my side of the debate no opportunity whatsoever to respond to the issues that have been raised. So I'm curious, Mr. Chairman, is fairness out of order on this floor?
Gentleman is recognized.
I posed a question to the chair. Does the chair have an answer to my question? Is fairness out of order on this floor?
The gentleman has not stated a parliamentary inquiry. The gentleman is recognized.
Well, then a parliamentary inquiry would be, sir, how can I achieve, under the rules of the House, a fair debate with equal time on the issue?
Mr. Chairman?
I have a parliamentary question before the chair.
The gentleman is free to consult House.
Fair is fair, guys.
The gentleman has the ability to consult with House Resolution 756 to get what is in order for consideration. Gentleman is recognized.
In an effort to achieve that consultation, sir, could the House provide me with information, since I do not have before me the rules of the House? So perhaps they could provide me the rules of the House and I could read it, or perhaps the chair can provide some advice on that particular section of the rules.
The rule allows for 10 pro forma amendments.
We'll get there.
Okay. I'm being informed that the rule allows for 10 pro forma amendments that are granted to the chair.
And ranking member of the Committee on...
If I might ask another parliamentary question, sir. As the author of this amendment, do I have the opportunity to propose 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of those pro forma amendments?
That's correct.
Well then, let us get started.
The gentleman's recognized.
The gentleman is recognized.
I have a pro forma amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
How many minutes do I have, sir?
No. The gentleman would have to be recognized by the chairman of Appropriations to be allowed to offer a pro forma amendment. And is recognized for 1 minute and 10 seconds at this point as the proponent of the amendment. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, this House has always operated in a fair and even-handed way. And I must say the use of the pro forma amendment by my colleagues on the Republican side creates a very unfair debate in which the points put forward in opposition to my amendment I do not have time to deal with. However, I will take whatever time I have remaining and not spend much time on the necessity for fairness in the debate, which has a whole lot to do with the time available. Now, very, very quickly, since I have only a minute and some seconds left here. This is not an end to the plutonium pit production. What it says is to pause for 1 year an $850 million expenditure on what has become not a plutonium pit, but a dollar pit. Billions and billions of dollars have been spent on the Savannah facility, first to somehow deal with the nuclear waste. That didn't work. So it's been repurposed to build plutonium pits. The reality here, there will not be a pit built in Savannah River for at least a decade. So all of this chatter about the safety of this nation is nonsense. The reality here, we have a money pit.
Gentleman's time has expired.
So it has.
Mr. Chairman.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio rise?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise as a designee of the gentlewoman from Connecticut, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Yes, I would yield my 5 minutes to the gentleman from California.
Gentleman is recognized.
So apparently we want to debate on the plutonium pit issue. Well, let it happen. Let's get some facts here. The 80 pit per year has little to do with nuclear arms, nuclear bombs. It has everything to do with the number that was invented by the committees of this House. Now, so what are we going to do with these pits? First of all, the pits will not be built in Savannah River for at least a decade, and quite likely 15 years. And yes, perhaps they will, in 15 years, produce 50 pits per year. For what purpose? Specifically now, the pit production is taking place at Los Alamos National Laboratories, which is diligently and wastefully moving forward to produce 30 pits per year. The first pit at Savannah River is likely to be, that is the War Reserve pit, is likely to be produced in 3 to 4 years from now, beginning at a rate of 1 a year and eventually moving to 30 per year, which will probably take a full decade and several $billion to do. Now, what is that pit going to be used for? Maybe we ought to know before we start talking about the safety of this world and this nation. The pits that are going to be built at Savannah River are specifically for a new nuclear bomb, the 87-1, which has not yet been produced. Presumably that bomb will go on the new Sentinel missile, which in and of itself is $150 billion that we will spend to replace the Minuteman III missiles that are now in the silos in the upper Midwest. By the way, the Minuteman IIIs are perfectly good for at least another decade. So why are we spending that money? Presumably because we decided a decade ago that we ought to do it, and that somehow the Minuteman III missiles wouldn't continue to work. In a recent test this year, the Minuteman III worked perfectly well. And there has been no indication that the Minuteman III missile cannot continue to work perfectly well for the next decade or more. We have not yet calculated the full cost of replacing the Minuteman III with the new Sentinel program, but the estimates are well over $150 billion. For what purpose? To make us safer? No. Won't make us safer at all. And by the way, what bomb will be put on the Sentinel while we await the 87-1? Guess what it is? It's the existing bomb that we have on the Minuteman III. That new weapon, the 87-1, is at least a decade away, and the cost is unknown. But you better get your $1 billion together, because it will surely be in that range. We need a debate about all of this. This is not about national security. This is about a new nuclear arms race that puts humanity on this planet in serious, serious jeopardy. We have quite enough weapons to deter anybody from using a nuclear weapon. And yes, so do China and Russia. This is about deterrence. How many bombs, how many weapons, how many delivery systems are necessary for deterrence? If it's a war, yes, all three countries have quite enough to terminate life on this planet. We don't need more to achieve a victory in a nuclear war. We have quite enough already. We can target wherever we need to target, in China, in Russia, wherever. Have quite enough for that. As a deterrence, we have quite enough for deterrence. And yes, Putin rattled the nuclear saber. To what effect? To what effect did his rattling achieve?
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Ohio is now.
I yield back my time.
Okay, the question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Ask for a recorded vote.
Gentleman asked for the yeas and nays. Recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 37, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 37, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think I'll take a deep breath. I was a little wound up a few moments ago. If the opposition to this amendment would like to go through that process of an additional 5 minutes, we'll play that game, and I would actually appreciate doing that. So there's a lot that we need to discuss here. There's a lot that this House needs to consider. And it is about the nuclear enterprise. It is about a 10-year mission that we have been on to rebuild our nuclear programs. One part of that nuclear program is a new nuclear bomb to be put on the new Sentinel rockets that replace the Minuteman III. A moment ago, I discussed the situation. Do we really need to spend $120 $20, $50 billion over the next decade to replace the Minuteman III and a new nuclear bomb? The answer is we have time. We have time. As I said a few moments ago, the Minuteman III will work for a considerable period into the future, and the nuclear weapon that is presently on the Minuteman III is going to work for many, many more years. It's not aging out. It's perfectly reliable. So what is this 87-1 all about? It is a new bomb. It, in fact, is the first new bomb that we've built in many, many years. Presumably, it will work better than the bomb that is presently on the Minuteman III and will be used on the new Sentinel rocket when it is ready to be placed into new silos that will be upon which we will spend billions of dollars building the silos and the infrastructure. So the 87-1, this brings us right back to the previous question that we had about plutonium pit production. Do we need additional pit production? I would ask all of us to take a calendar, look at the years ahead, and begin to put in place the arrival of the new Sentinel, which will surely be at least a decade, if not longer, and look at the pit production that will be able to be put in place in Los Alamos. 1 a year, 2, 3, 4, 5. We will be stacking up new pits in Los Alamos well ahead of the need for this new weapon to be put on the Sentinel rocket. We will have an inventory of pits that would be used for the 87-1. What I'm saying here in this amendment is, wait a minute. Take a look at the calendar. Take a look at the way these pieces fit together. Billions of dollars in Savannah River to build nuclear pits that will not even be available for at least a decade and a half. Take a look at the pits that we're producing and will be able to produce at Los Alamos and the stockpile of pits that will then be available for the timing of the 87-1 should we ever decide that we need it. We do not need to spend this money today on the 87-1 or on Savannah River. This is a pause. We heard the new speaker stand right there and tell us we have a deficit problem. We sure as hell do have a deficit problem. Part of it is how we spend our money. We ought to take a look at that. That's what these amendments are about. These amendments are about spending money unnecessarily now. We have desperate things that we need to do. We need to educate, we need to research, we need to be in competition economically with China. And here we are. Small amount of money here. Pause this expenditure. Pause it. We're not doing away with the 87-1, although that's another argument we might have someday. But right now, why are we spending this money today? Why? New speaker wants to deal with the deficit? Deal with this. Pause this expenditure. We have plenty of time to deal with this. And for those that argue that this has something to do with our current national security, you are dead wrong. Because this will not be available for at least a decade. And then you can argue whether we even need it then. I reserve my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Tennessee is, for what purposes, gentleman from Tennessee, seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong opposition to the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, I respectfully and vehemently disagree with my friend and colleague, Mr. Garamendi from California. I represent the great people of the city of Oak Ridge in Tennessee, the birthplace of the Manhattan Project. The NNSA has a facility there. It's called the Y-12 facility. We are building the uranium processing facility. What became very apparent to me when I was that college freshman arguing against a nuclear freeze, correctly against a room full of liberal, radical, leftist students. I knew I was right then because I knew Ronald Reagan was right. But what I didn't know then was that nuclear weapons deteriorate. I thought if you had a nuclear weapon, you could put it on a shelf, and if you needed it, you could go and get it. The reality is nuclear weapons, by their nature, deteriorate and have to be updated. Now, through 3 administrations, the Obama administration, the Trump administration, and now the Biden administration, I have worked hand in hand with the NNSA, the National Nuclear Security Administration, to do what? To make sure that our current nuclear arsenal, our nuclear deterrent, is strong. But where I disagree respectfully and most vehemently with my colleague from California is our resolve is to tell the world today, whether it's in Moscow or Beijing or in any of the other countries that have a nuclear capability, and sadly, to my colleague, there are at least 10 countries now who have the ability to produce and deliver a nuclear weapon. That is scary. The resolve of the people of the United States must be to have a strong nuclear deterrent today and in the future. That is why we have got to have this program. That is why we've got to keep our nation's nuclear arsenal strong and vibrant now and in the future. Specifically, Mr. Chairman, the W-87-1 modification program will replace the W-78 warhead and support fielding the Air Force Sentinel missile system. For our folks watching at home, we have a triad, our nuclear triad, land-based, sea with our great United States Navy, and Air Force. It is a triad, and it is a strong triad. This is the message to the world that we can never have a nuclear weapon used and deployed. Listen to Mr. Putin. He's threatening it. That's outrageous. We can never have that type of rhetoric in the world. We've got to stand against that. The strongest way to do that was a nuclear deterrent and a commitment, not only to our friends in Savannah River, not only to our friends in Oak Ridge, all over the United States. We have strong weapons labs that are doing a great job. The men and women at the NNSA are our great patriots. They are within the Department of Energy. The customer is the Department of Defense. But we are doing a tremendous job. I wish the world were a benign place. I wish it was a world without nuclear weapons, but they are existent. They are there. We are the leader in protecting the free world. We have got to protect the people of the United States. We've got to send a message. Therefore, I strongly and vehemently oppose the gentleman's amendment. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Gentleman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chair, I ask for the ayes and nays.
Does the gentleman request a recorded vote? Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from California will be postponed. It's now in order to consider amendment number 38, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 38, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment number 38, H.R. 4394, which would prohibit the use of taxpayer funds from going to the Department of Energy's implementation of its proposed industrial decarbonization roadmap. The Industrial Decarbonization Roadmap identifies and targets 4 different categories of so-called CO2 emitters: residential, commercial, industrial, and transportation sectors. In other words, pretty much every aspect of our lives. What does this portend in the real world? Well, we're already experiencing the consequences of this administration's decision to target residential carbon emissions by attacking those home appliances that actually work, from gas stoves to washer and dryers to water heaters, thereby causing the price of these critically important appliances to skyrocket, while also reducing their availability. We are also suffering through this administration's decision to target the transportation sector by imposing tailpipe emission requirements, fuel efficiency standards, and propping up the electric vehicle industry, thereby causing the price of our cars and trucks to skyrocket, while also reducing their availability. What is the outcome of these misguided efforts? Government-imposed wretchedness, of course, but that is what this administration does best. It is no wonder that automobile repossessions are at an all-time high because of bad policies imposed by bureaucrats who are shielded from both accountability and having to suffer the consequences of their bad decisions. But real Americans suffer every day. This roadmap is bad policy, and I urge the adoption of my amendment. With that, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I'd invite the gentlelady to come into any pulmonary ward in this country and see the cancers that attend to people who have suffered from carbon ingestion in their careers. This amendment prohibits funds to implement the Industrial Decarbonization Roadmap published by the Department of Energy in September of 2022. The purpose of the roadmap is to develop a strategic approach to decarbonizing the nation's industrial sector. I come from industrial America, while simultaneously creating good-paying jobs for American workers, spurring economic growth, developing U.S. leadership in these new technologies, and creating a cleaner, more equitable, and healthier workplace for all Americans. The industrial sector represents 30% of energy-related carbon dioxide emissions in the United States. To address the climate crisis, we must address these emissions. And you know, we got a lot more people living in this country now. When I was born, there were 146 million. Today, we've got about 335. It's going to go up to 400 million people. We have to think about our way of life and how we meet the demands of a new era. In addressing these emissions, we will also dramatically improve air quality and reduce millions of early deaths in our country and around the world. The roadmap focused on proven steps for energy technology innovation, advancing early-stage research and development. America's always been about the future, investing in multiple process strategies, and scaling through demonstrations and integrating solutions, including on the factory floor and places where equipment is repaired. A successful industrial decarbonization strategy is critical to supporting the existing over 11,400,000 workers in American manufacturing and a growing future workforce in the clean industry transition. And there's a lot of training that has to be done there. How is it that our firefighters across this country just in the last few years have discovered the cancers that attend to working in that extremely dangerous and important patriotic service to the people of our country? Their equipment is important, and what happens to their lungs and their bodies is really important. Again, I invite you to come with me into the hospitals of this country and meet the workers that have died and their families and the people suffering because of carbon ingestion. While it is clear we need an all-of-the-above energy strategy that taps domestic oil and gas and invests in clean energy, we must continue to promote energy innovation, a cleaner workplace in all sectors of the economy and in the American home as well. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
The administration's roadmap targets those key industries that significantly contribute to the stability of our nation's economy and supply chain, namely the petroleum refining, chemicals, iron and steel, cement, and food and beverage industries. Instead of helping our American businesses, families, and communities, the roadmap requires the use of substantially less efficient, less reliable, and more costly energy resources, including so-called clean energy, hoping to ultimately replace our ability to access our very own domestic, affordable, and reliable energy resources. One of the goals mentioned in the roadmap is to, quote, prepare the existing 11.4 million American manufacturing workers and future workforce for the, quote, clean industry transition. When I hear that this administration seeks to, quote, prepare the existing 11.4 million American manufacturing workers for the clean energy transition, and then watch as they attempt to shut down our mines while exporting manufacturing jobs to countries with dirtier products and less effective environmental policies led by dictators and despots, I admit I'm more than skeptical as to what preparing actually means. This administration's roadmap is unworkable and will bankrupt our country. With that, I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Well, you know, mining's a really difficult industry. Mr. Chair, I yield to the gentleman from Tennessee. Oh, all right. I yield back my remaining time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Another goal highlighted in the roadmap supports a transition to no carbon fuels. Mr. Chairman, Americans see through these goals. The reality is that no carbon fuels are not only no such thing, and only a charlatan would argue otherwise, but they receive 4 times the amount in federal subsidies while producing less than 1/5 of the energy as compared to our legacy industries. These fuels are not only unreliable, even with the ridiculous amount of taxpayer subsidies, but environmentally destructive and require massive amounts of land per unit of energy produced. They kill birds and other wildlife by the millions. These unreliable projects simply cannot compete with our traditional and reliable energy resources, a fact borne out by their need for massive federal subsidies to be viable at all. Figures from the U.S. Energy Information Administration show that renewables received $15.6 billion in subsidies during fiscal year 2022 and an estimated $1.2 trillion from the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, being the largest recipient of such subsidies. It is thus entirely foreseeable that the second largest recipient of subsidies, according to the Energy Administration information, are lower-income families who struggle to pay their utility bills, proving that this administration is hell-bent on imposing energy poverty on every sector of our society. And why are they struggling? They are struggling because of rising energy prices and rising utility fees as the result of this administration's forced energy poverty. We simply cannot afford to pursue this energy transition imposed on us by radical leftists. As the sole representative of a state whose main industries have been hijacked by the federal government in the name of this pie-in-the-sky transition, I voice my strong opposition to this roadmap. And I ask my colleagues to join me in defunding the Department of Energy's implementation of this proposed industrial decarbonization roadmap. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I reserve.
Time has expired. The gentlewoman's time has expired. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed on. It is now in order to consider amendment number 39, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I rose for a roll call on that last vote. Roll call request.
Why?
I thought you wanted a roll. Oh.
No, we have lots of Republican.
They want it. No, we don't. Mr. Chairman, I ask for a roll call for the yeas and nays on the last vote.
Okay. Okay.
No, I don't think you won.
We did.
That request is not recognized.
Okay. Thank you.
The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The gentlewoman will suspend. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 39, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment number 39 to H.R. 4394, which prohibits funding from going towards the SuperTruck 3 program. According to the Department of Energy, this program is unlike previous SuperTruck programs, its primary focus being on electrification and meeting so-called green energy goals rather than improving fuel efficiency. DOE's Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy initially launched the SuperTruck initiatives in 2009 with the aim of improving heavy-duty truck efficiency by 50%, while the follow-up SuperTruck 2 in 2016 sought to double fuel efficiency for 18-wheeler or Class 8 trucks. Since then, the program has taken a drastic turn away from these goals. DOE has repurposed this program towards the research and development of lowering greenhouse gas emissions. SuperTruck 3 was created to fund projects to electrify medium and heavy-duty freight trucks. Mr. Chairman, Americans are tired of their taxpayer dollars being used to fund programs that ultimately cause more harm than good. We simply cannot afford to support programs that share the same fundamental goals outlined in the Green New Deal. They will destroy our economy and force a change in behavior by reducing the availability of the goods that Americans actually want. I urge support of my amendment, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition. For what purpose?
Yes, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
As a daughter of
minutes.
Automotive and Truck America and an aficionado of NASCAR, and having spent a lot of my time on drag strips across the country, including my own region, I really rise in strong opposition to this amendment because it's not about the future, it's about the past. This amendment prohibits funds for the Department of Energy's SuperTruck 3 program within the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. And the department initially, you know, it's hard to make an engine. It's hard to build, it's hard to conceive of it, it's hard to build it. It takes a lot of creativity to understand the propulsion, all right? The parts of the country that I represent specialize in that. The Department of Energy initially launched the SuperTruck initiative in 2009 to improve heavy-duty truck freight efficiency by 50%. 50%. That is a gulp. The second iteration, SuperTruck 2, sought to double fuel efficiency for 18-wheeler trucks. SuperTruck 3, currently working to improve medium and heavy-duty truck efficiencies and reduce emissions of freight transportation, is underway. And this program consists of a public-private partnership with General Motors, Ford Motor Company, Daimler Trucks North America, Volvo Group North America, and PACCAR. Now, I want America to succeed. I want the free world to succeed. This program is building on a proven track record. Within 7 years, 4 truck makers exceeded the SuperTruck 1 goals, and the 5 SuperTruck 2 projects are on track to more than double their fuel efficiency. I invite the gentlelady to come with me through some of these companies and some of these research sites to see what it takes to make America more fuel efficient. These efforts help create good-paying jobs here at home and boost American supply chains. Not in China, not in Japan, not anywhere else in the world, right here. Oil prices are on the rise again, and our transportation sector is currently largely dependent on petroleum and thus subject to oil price volatility and what will become diminished supplies in the decades ahead. I don't want America to be stuck on the whims of dictators throughout the world. It's common sense we should be developing energy alternatives and promoting energy proficiency and advancement in our transportation sector. And while it's clear that we need an all-of-the-above energy strategy that taps domestic oil and gas, we must also invest in alternative energy options to diversify our energy portfolio, including hydrogen fuel cells, where The market is moving. The companies are moving. We need to help to propel that advancement sooner rather than later, and I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves.
Would the gentlelady yield?
Members are reminded to direct their comments towards the chair. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Some may argue that this program remains aimed at improving fuel efficiency rather than a repurposed agenda aimed at fulfilling radical Green New Deal priorities. I refer those who would make this argument to a quote from Senator Markey in support of this program. He said, quote, "Climate chaos is the greatest existential threat of our lifetime, and it's going to take an all-hands-on-deck approach to slash pollution, much of which comes from the transportation sector. That is fanning the flames of the crisis. We can use new technologies to chart a path forward and lead the world toward a more sustainable future as we work to thwart the most catastrophic impact of climate crisis." Now, setting aside for a moment the absurdity of the statement, you can tell that it was made by a politician who will never be held accountable for the consequences of such actions or actually be required to live under the rules that he seeks to impose. He will always be able to afford whatever vehicle he chooses, but not so much for the rest of us. But it is not just left-leaning politicians who spout hyperbole and demand net zero emissions by 2050. It is also our federal agencies. Secretary Granholm said that, quote, "Getting to net zero carbon emissions means we must aggressively cut down the largest source of emissions, the transportation sector." Then to highlight this, and she referred to the Supertruck program, she said, "DOE's first two Supertruck initiatives led to a massive leap in fuel efficiency. This new funding triples down on a push towards electrifying trucks of all sizes, along with the efforts to expand EV charging and low-emission car engines." Large-scale use of electric vehicles will not happen unless mandated by the federal government. This is borne out by the figures from the U.S. Energy Information Administration. The fact is that this wasteful spending is absolutely not sustainable, and I urge the adoption of my amendment. With that, I reserve.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I yield to the gentleman from Tennessee, Chair of the Energy and Water Subcommittee, Mr. Fleischman.
I thank the ranking
gentleman
member.
from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank the ranking member for yielding. On this issue, Ranking Member Crafter, we agree. While I recognize the current administration has gone too far in pursuing its climate goals, I believe there are aspects of this program we can all support. In particular, the Supertruck program awardees represent the largest producers of medium and heavy-duty trucks in the United States. For these reasons, and for the potential research and development of benefits are still worthy of pursuit. For these reasons, I oppose the gentlelady's amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back my remaining time. This is a great debate.
Gentlewoman yields back. Gentlewoman from Wyoming has 1 minute.
In Wyoming, we have many instances of EV drivers getting stranded out in the cold soon after charging their vehicles. We had a California driver just a few months ago in Riverton who charged his vehicle enough to go 120 miles but ran out of kilovolts halfway over the mountain, about 60 miles. On this particular occasion, it wasn't even very cold, at least not by Wyoming standards. Had it been in the same spot just a week or so earlier, he would have been stuck in minus 20-degree temperature with 60-mile-an-hour winds. The town of Jackson just realized that paying $1 million each for a fleet of electric buses didn't make them any more operational in our harsh winter conditions, having found out the hard way that they are unreliable and simply will not work at higher elevations and in single-digit temperatures. The point I'm making is that this transition that is being forced upon us by this administration is not only wrong-headed, it's downright dangerous. Mr. Chairman, supporting this program is not supporting fuel efficiency. It is another way to prop up the forced energy transition to unreliable resources. For that reason, I urge the adoption of my amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Very good. The time has expired. Gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. It is in the opinion of the chair that the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I demand a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment number 40, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 40, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment number 40 to H.R. 4394, which prohibits the use of funds to finalize, implement, administer, or enforce the tyrannical, unnecessary, and wrong-headed, quote, energy conservation standards for consumer water heaters. In late July of this year, the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy proposed a rule to enforce strict conservation standards for consumer water heaters, holding affordable and reliable home appliances hostage to the will of a bunch of unelected bureaucrats in the federal government. All of this is being done in the name of the allegedly reducing global emissions and enforcing an energy transition that will do nothing to actually change global temperatures, either in the short or long term, but will absolutely cause a substantial increase in the cost of our appliances. We are facing some serious crises in this country: an open border, over 8 million illegal aliens invading America, a broken supply chain, bone-crushing inflation, China spying on us from above, a war in the Middle East, etc., etc., etc. And what does this administration focus on? Making all of us poorer in order to force us to use costly appliances that don't work. This administration is incapable of addressing the real issues that are important to the American public. So what do? They target the home appliances, tools, and vehicles that actually work, from gas stoves to water heaters, from air conditioners to lawnmowers, from internal combustion engine to reliable vehicles. This nonsense needs to stop, and I encourage the adoption of my amendment, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
I rise to oppose the gentlelady's amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
First, I'd like to oppose the amendment because the Department of Energy is charged with implementing congressionally directed energy efficiency standards. So they're implementing the laws we passed. The Department of Energy drafts energy efficiency regulations with the full participation of the manufacturers and the public at large. And they do issue their guidelines and regulations for review, but the end result is people save money. They save money on water heaters. They save money on what it costs to wash clothes at home, their refrigerators. When these standards are set forth, they also promote innovation. We get a lot of new inventions across the country, and we can see the results of that every day. The benefits are real. As a result of the Department of Energy's efficiency actions in the past, cost savings for American families and businesses are projected to reach nearly $2 trillion by 2030. It not only makes sense for the consumer, frankly, it makes sense for the country because it means that the systems to supply the energy are also more efficient. It drives us to be better at what we do. And it's estimated per household, the energy efficiencies achieved already have amounted to over $6,000 of savings for every American every month when you pay every one of those bills, your gas bills, your electric bills, everything you have to pay for in the house. The Department of Energy estimates that this specific rule would slash household utility costs by over $11 billion annually to save consumers $198 billion on their energy bills over 30 years. When we look at the whole, and with population growing, we got to do a better job of trying to save resources in order to make sure that everyone has the ability to access them. Stopping the Department of Energy from finalizing, implementing, or enforcing energy efficiency standards basically is bicycling backwards and will only create uncertainty for manufacturers and consumers. And for consumers, costs go up when we don't pay attention. So with respect to the proposed energy efficiency standards for consumer water heaters, I urge my colleagues with concerns to participate fully in the rulemaking process, as I have done, with respect to my concerns about the proposed energy efficiency standards for distribution transformers. That is appropriate. It's a response people can take to the proposed rule and companies can take, and Congress has vested the Department of Energy with the authority to promulgate these rules. So let us fully participate in the process. Let's make America better. Let's modernize America. And I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
In this latest proposal, the administration is intentionally attempting to force an increase in the cost of water heaters for consumers and to take those water heaters that actually work off the market. What did I call that a few minutes ago? Oh yeah, government-imposed wretchedness. The cost of home appliances is skyrocketing, all because of this administration's war on prosperity. New regulations, government-imposed market uncertainty, and intentionally disrupted supply chain, there is certainly a method to their madness. And a new word and concept has been born. This administration and the radical bureaucrats running it have one goal in mind, and they call it de-development. Let that sink in. Throughout most of modern history, our political leaders have sought to improve our standard of living, to improve prosperity, to make out our everyday goods and needs more affordable, not less so. Yet that is where we are now. The Biden administration is intentionally seeking to make us all poorer, to make us more dependent on the government, to take away our ability to feed, clothe, and house our families. It is the concept of de-development that underlines the very purpose of the energy conservation standards for consumer water heaters. And it is for that reason that we must make sure that such standards never go into effect. More than 9 million water heaters are sold in the United States every year. What water heaters we use should be a matter of personal freedom and economic choice. Our water heater manufacturers have built the most efficient and environmental friendly products in the world. But that isn't enough. Oh no, not when the goal is not to make our necessary appliances more affordable, but when the goal is to use regulations to change human behavior. I will say it again. When government-imposed wretchedness is not a byproduct of agency action, but the purpose of the action itself, you know that you have an out-of-control government that must be starved of money. And that is exactly what my amendment does. It starves these new standards of the lifeblood that they need to be weaponized against the American people. The bottom line is this: the Biden administration doesn't care about personal freedom or economic choice, and Democrats are cheering every opportunity they get to intervene in the day-to-day lives of Americans. Congress has the authority and responsibility to challenge the extent to which these proposed standards are both technically feasible and economically justified, and they are neither. This administration's strategy to destroy everything that works is causing energy poverty in vulnerable communities. While powerful clean energy companies are reaping the benefits of billions and billions of dollars in federal taxpayer subsidies, the consumers are bearing the burden of the costs. Many Americans are already struggling to heat their homes, pay their utilities, and put food on the table, primarily because of this administration's failed energy policies. This proposed rule only worsens those problems while solving absolutely nothing. I ask my colleagues to join me in support of freedom and economic prosperity by supporting my amendment to defund this administration's proposed rule by preventing them from finalizing, implementing, and enforcing rulemaking pertaining to energy conservation standards for consumer water heaters. This is tyranny, and it needs to stop. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlewoman from Wyoming. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-242, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 3 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania, amendment number 12 of Mr. Neguse of Colorado, amendment number 14 of Mr. Westerman of Arkansas, amendment number 15 by Mr. Griffith of Virginia, amendment number 16 by Mr. Roy of Texas, amendment number 19 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania, Amendment number 20 by Mr. Norman of South Carolina. Amendment number 25 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 26 of Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 27 of Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 28 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 29 of Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 30 by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 31 of Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 32 of Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania. Amendment number 36 by Mr. Garamendi of California. Amendment number 37 by Mr. Garamendi of California. Amendment number 39 of Ms. Hageman of Wyoming. The chair will reduce to 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote in this series. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which a aye prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 3, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
The yeas are 156, the nays are 265. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 12, printed in Part B of House Report 118 through 242, by the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 12, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Neguse of Colorado.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of this request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. Welcome to Speaker Johnson's house. With me at the helm, 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 277, the nays are 142. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 14, printed in Part B of House Report 118 through 242, by the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 14, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Westerman of Arkansas.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 213. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 15, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 242 by the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Griffith, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 15, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Griffith of Virginia.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 161, the nays are 257. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 242 by the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 16, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Roy of Texas.
A recorded vote having been requested, those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 137, the nays are 287. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business of the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 242 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 19, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote having been requested, those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 135, the nays are 284. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 20, printed in Part B of House Report 118 and 242 by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, on which further proceedings were postponed, and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 20, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 105, the nays are 319. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 25, printed in Part B of House Report 118 and 242 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 25, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 115, the nays are 306. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 26, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 242 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 26, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 123, the nays are 300. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 27, printed in Part B of the House Report 118 through 242 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 27, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. One minute. On this vote, the yeas are 137, the nays are 283. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 28, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 242 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 28, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 105, the nays are 316. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 29, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 242 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 29, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 134, the nays are 283. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 30, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 242 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 30, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 122, the nays are 299. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 31, printed in Part B of House Report 118 and 242 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 31, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 130, the nays are 287. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 32, printed in Part B of House Report 118 and 242 by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 32, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Perry of Pennsylvania.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 122, the nays are 295. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report 118 to 242 by the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 36, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 116, the nays are 303. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 37, printed in Part B of the House Report 118 to 242 by the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the noes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 37, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Garamendi of California.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. The yeas are 121, the nays are 299. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business is a request for a recorded vote on amendment number 39, printed in Part B of the House Report 118 to 242 by the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Mrs. Hageman, on which further proceedings were postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 39, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Ms. Hageman of Wyoming.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote rise and be counted. Sufficient number have arisen. A recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 176, the nays are 241. The amendment is not adopted. Off the floor. To consider amendment number 41, put into Part B of House Report 118 to 242. For what purposes does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 41, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Jackson of Texas.
The House will be in order. Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Jackson, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The National Nuclear Security Administration's Pantex plant in Amarillo, Texas is one of our nation's most valuable and vital military assets, as it is our strategic forces' only nuclear weapons assembly and disassembly facility. The saying within the military's nuclear enterprise is all roads lead to Pantex because this site in my district is a mandatory stop for every single nuclear weapon within our inventory. This amendment will prohibit the Biden administration from halting construction of the much-needed high-explosive synthesis, formulation, and production facility at Pantex. This major construction project will enhance our nuclear deterrence capability by allowing the NNSA to modernize and scale its high-explosive production capabilities to meet pressing and urgent stockpile requirements. Right now, we rely on a single external vendor for large-scale synthesis, formulation, and blending for high-explosive products. There have been repeated issues with this vendor, including lack of prioritization and even late deliveries. This presents a single point of failure in the nuclear enterprise, which jeopardizes our nuclear weapons production. Once this new facility is constructed at Pantex, NNSA will be able to meet all long-term high-explosive material needs for the weapons stockpiles while successfully mitigating nearly all risk associated with production. Given the threat environment we face in the world today, many people might assume that the federal government has made adequate investments in Pantex and modernized appropriately. Those assumptions would be dead wrong. Many of the facilities at Pantex plant were built in the 1940s and the 1950s. Today, in 2023, you're required to wear a hard hat when entering some of the buildings because the ceiling is crumbling down on top of the workers that work there. Since I've been in Congress, I've ensured that adequate funding has been provided each year to maintain the facility's modernization efforts. While I have disagreed with the Biden administration nearly every step of the way on just about every issue, one of the only things they seem to be doing right was prioritizing modernization of our nation's nuclear enterprise. Then, just when I thought this administration grasped how critical it is to ensure the viability of our nation's nuclear deterrent, I opened the budget request for this year only to see that they had completely zeroed out this project. Now this administration wants to let our nuclear forces erode while they continue to pump billions of dollars into woke, green, and social initiatives. This cut was rejected by both the House and Senate Armed Services Committee, as well as the House Appropriators, because we can all see what President Biden apparently cannot. The United States must be the unquestioned leader in the ability to project peace through strength. The House has successfully authorized and will soon appropriate the funds for Pantex because we all understand how critical it is to modernize the facilities where our nuclear weapons are made. We must take our nation's nuclear enterprise out of the crosshairs of the Biden administration. The world is a dangerous place at the moment with global threats from China, Iran, Russia, and North Korea. We must provide adequate investment in our nuclear deterrence capability to ensure these bad actors never doubt our strategic readiness, and the Pantex plant in Amarillo is a key component of that. I urge all members to support my amendment to prohibit the administration from halting construction on this critical modernization initiative. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
Yes, Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Yes, I've long been a champion of ensuring that the United States maintains a safe, secure, and credible nuclear deterrent while addressing the threat of nuclear proliferation and terrorism. And I wholeheartedly agree with Chair Fleischman that the National Nuclear Security Administration needs to improve its program and project management, given that more than half of its projects are over cost or behind schedule. But we must also face the realities of future defense caps and begin making important decisions to prioritize within this program. As one step in the prioritization process, the National Nuclear Security Administration proposed pausing, not phasing out, pausing construction of this facility to focus resources on high-priority items necessary for nuclear weapons modernization efforts. Only through strategic prioritization can the program achieve success in meeting the needs of stockpile requirements and maintaining the nation's nuclear deterrent. We should not prohibit the NNSA from pausing certain activities, especially since those issues will be resolved through conferencing funding levels. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman. Oh, okay. The gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate having the support of all of my colleagues on this amendment, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Okay. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. It's yes. In the opinion of the of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 42, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of my amendment that restricts citizens. Well, I'm offering an amendment which is at the desk.
Okay. The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 42, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Lamborn of Colorado.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Lamson, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Colorado.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of this amendment that restricts citizens of any country on the list of sensitive countries from entering any U.S. national security laboratory facility. From Los Alamos to Oak Ridge, our national labs perform critical national security activities that are the bedrock of our defense. They oversee the stewardship of our national stockpile, which maintains our safe, secure, credible, and effective nuclear deterrent force. Unlike our adversaries, the United States has upheld the zero-yield testing standard set in place by the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty. We have done this by choosing to make a massive investment in our national labs to develop a more responsible nuclear testing regime that does not require supercritical explosions. I was stunned to hear recent reports, though, of Biden administration officials inviting citizens from our two greatest adversaries to observe U.S. nuclear weapons tests. Russia and China should not have insider access to our testing. This is the latest in a series of misguided and naive national security actions made by Biden administration officials. These are the same officials who have sworn oaths to protect and defend the U.S. Constitution and were appointed as caretakers for our nation's most sensitive national security activities. Proponents of this policy argue that inviting foreign observers to view our tests would encourage our adversaries to be more transparent about their activities. However, China and Russia have had ample opportunity to be more open about their nuclear weapons development and deployments and refuse to do so. So allowing adversaries to observe our nuclear testing activities is allowing them to derive our methods and procedures, and this destroys deterrence. As chairman of the House Armed Services Strategic Forces Subcommittee, one of my priorities has been to strengthen and protect our nuclear arsenal. In the world today, nothing could jeopardize our national security more than losing this advantage. For that reason, I encourage my colleagues to adopt this amendment and protect our nuclear assets. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does gentlewoman from Ohio rise? Are you rising? No. The gentleman is now recognized again.
Well, I'll just close by saying that I ask that we adopt this amendment by acclamation.
Okay.
I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by a gentleman from Colorado. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. Okay. It is now in the order to consider amendment number 43, printed in part of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Ms. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 43, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mrs. Luna of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Luna, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida.
I yield as much time as I may consume. The Army Corps has halted beach renourishment projects in Florida due to their perpetual public easement access policy. This is now affecting more than 9 counties in Florida where the Corps has refused to renourish our beaches without stripping property rights from every homeowner, an unattainable requirement. The Corps has renourished Florida's beaches for the past 2 decades using temporary construction easements to proceed with beach renourishment. The Corps is now going back and enforcing this new policy dating back to 1996, but has not enforced the same policy for the past 2 decades. They refuse to address the threat of shore erosion while continuing to watch our beaches disappear before our very eyes. Numerous members of the Florida delegation has reached out to the Assistant Secretary Connor at the Corps to resolve this issue. The unelected bureaucrats at the Army Corps of Engineers has a different agenda. They have stonewalled every single one of us every single step of the way. The Corps has neither followed up nor followed through on proceeding with scheduled beach renourishment projects where we are in dire need due to damage from recent hurricanes. If the Army Corps does nothing, our beaches will continue to dissipate and our homes will be susceptible to destruction. The truth is the Army Corps did not require perpetual easements before, and they do not need them now. The responsibility for the inevitable degradation of Florida beaches, marine life, and economy will rest entirely with the Army Corps of Engineers. I do not know who the Army Corps works for, but it's clear that it is not the American people. This amendment puts the Army Corps on notice for their shameful neglect of Floridians and forces them to get to work on restoring our beaches. I reserve the balance of my time.
Is there any member seeking recognition in opposition? For what purpose does gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Madam Chair, I rise to oppose the amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
This amendment that generally is offered raises serious constitutional issues. amount to an unconstitutional bill of attainder. This is not the way to handle policy disputes with Michael Connor, the Assistant Secretary of the Army for Civil Works. This amendment prioritizes, I'm sad to say, legislative theater over the American people, and it has no chance of becoming law. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. I now recognize Gentlelady from Florida.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Yes, Madam Chair, I yield to the gentleman from Tennessee and Chair of the Energy and Water Subcommittee, Chairman Fleischman.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chair, thank you to the ranking member. Thank you for yielding. While I can completely understand the frustrations many of my colleagues may experience in some of their dealings with some of the aspects and personnel in the executive branch, respectfully, I think reducing the salaries to $1 is not likely to solve the problem. In fact, it may create even more problems in a challenging environment. So in all due respect to my colleague from Florida, I urge my colleagues to oppose this motion.
Gentlewoman from Ohio,
I yield back my remaining time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by Gentlelady from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Madam Chair?
For what purpose does Gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Madam Chair, I demand a recorded vote, please.
Okay. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the Gentlelady from Florida will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 44, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the Gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate
18-240. Offered by Mrs. Luna of Florida.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Luna, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Florida.
I yield as much time as I may consume. The Army Corps has halted many beach renourishment projects in Florida. It's now affecting 9 counties. Ultimately, in our eyes, this 96 policy is completely out of date and needs to be defunded. Obviously, we have massive concerns to include habitat for endangered species in my community, a number of private homeowners that will have their properties destroyed. And in addition to that, it's going to financially impact our community, as much of our income for that area depends on travel as well as our beaches. So I'm asking for support for this amendment. I think that is something that would benefit not just my constituents, but many of those in Florida. I yield the rest of my time.
The gentlelady yields. Any members seek recognition in opposition? For what purpose does gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
This amendment would prohibit funds for the Corps of Engineers to implement or enforce guidance from the 1996 called Approval of Perpetual Beach Storm Damage Reduction Easement as a Standard Estate. That's engineering language. While this may sound like a lot of jargon, it is actually an attempt to have one area of Florida treated differently than other areas. Beach renourishment is an important function of the Corps of Engineers and includes the adding of sediment onto or directly adjacent to an eroding beach, something that our country on many coasts now are experiencing. The Corps of Engineers generally requires that real estate easements are granted when performing work, which makes sense because the taxpayers are footing the bill for the improvement, the taxpayers. Further, it seems particularly of interest to taxpayers that if our taxpayer dollars are improving private property, then there should be an easement provided. In this case, that wasn't required in the past, But the Corps of Engineers realized it wasn't following standard procedures and decided to implement that going forward. So this really comes down to one basic question. Do we want to treat one area of the country differently than all the rest of the areas are supposed to be treated? I believe we should strive for consistency in implementing the laws and regulations of this country, especially when it comes to projects funded with taxpayer dollars. For these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman. Okay, gentlewoman from Ohio has the only time remaining, and now I recognize gentlelady from...
I yielded the rest of my time.
From Ohio.
Yes, I would like to yield back the remaining time, please.
Thank you. The woman yields back. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentlelady from Florida. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 45, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I have an amendment.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 45, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. McCormick of Georgia.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia.
Thank you, Ms. Chair. I rise to offer my amendment number 45 to H.R. 4394 to the Energy and Water Development and Related Agencies Appropriations Act for the fiscal year of 2024. My amendment number 45 prevents the Army Corps of Engineers from closing campgrounds around Lake Lanier. My amendment will ensure that these campgrounds are open for my constituents and for people all over the country to enjoy the outdoors of Georgia's 6th District. Lake Lanier is the most visited lake of the 464 federally operated lakes in the United States, with well over 10 million visitors from all over the country annually. The Army Corps of Engineers runs the lake and the campgrounds and parks surrounding it. Over the past summer, the Corps suggested they close some of the campgrounds around the lake, citing the lack of appropriations and need for maintenance. Congress provided $8.31 billion in annual appropriations for 2023, which was 26% above the fiscal year 23 presidential budget request. Frankly, the Corps seems to have not properly budgeted. This is big government at its finest. Wasteful, always asking for more, and never trying to save or be more efficient. The Army Corps must do better on focusing on the needs of the community where it operates. The more control locally, the better. The families of Georgia 6, as well as all those who seek to visit Lake Lanier, should not have to bear the consequences of mismanagement of funds. These campgrounds must remain open. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Madam Chair, I rise in opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
This amendment prohibits funds provided by this act from closing campgrounds or parks operated by the Army Corps of Engineers and located at or around Lake Sidney Lanier, Georgia. I can certainly understand the strong interest in preventing the Corps from closing campgrounds and parks in a particular area. Frankly, I wish my area had one, but we don't. We don't have Corps facilities like that. So the gentleman has been blessed. The Corps of Engineers is one of the nation's leading federal providers of outdoor recreation. Its recreation sites receive 262 million visits each year and include more than 400 lake and river projects in 43 states. Unfortunately, the Corps of Engineers recreation funding has been declining in recent years, and I support the notion that we do not want the Corps to begin closing recreation sites due to lack of funding. However, This is an issue that affects hundreds of sites across dozens of states. I do not believe we here today should begin the practice of using funding prohibitions to carve out special designation, but instead should develop a comprehensive solution fair to all regions across our nation to address the challenge of funding the Corps' recreation sites. And I would welcome the opportunity to work with the gentleman on that, and obviously the chair of the full committee. For this reason, I oppose the amendment at this time, but look forward to working with my colleagues to develop a solution to the larger problem. Maybe we can even get a little attention to the Great Lakes. Wouldn't that be great? All right. Thank you so very much, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
And thank you, Ms. Chair. I'm glad you agree with me that this is a problem nationwide. I am focused on my district, however. I think I am the representation for my district. I think in fiscal year 2023, operations and management budget for the Army Corps was 11% more than the previous year, at $5.08 billion instead of $4.57 billion, which makes our case that there is no reason to use these funds to close the most popular designation for people from all over to come to our lake in our district. And therefore, Ms. Chair, I now more than ever think it's more important to protect our outdoors, keep the campgrounds around Lake Lanier open and accessible to the public. And with that, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman has only time remaining.
Okay. I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by a gentleman from Georgia. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 46, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 46, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Madam Speaker, my amendment would prohibit funding for the Biden administration's rule titled Energy Conservation Program and Energy Conservation Standards for Manufactured Housing, and would prohibit the Department of Energy from carrying out regulations that increase the regulatory burdens. This is a topic that I'm very well familiar with. I met with the manufacturers of some manufactured housing. For those who don't know, manufactured housing is built in an enclosed environment. And what they have, if they pass these regulations, would put the most affordable housing out of business, like changing the rafter sizes from 2x2s, 2x4s to 2x10s, or 2x8s, or 2x6s. It's just not practically feasible to do this. And the title, who would be against the Energy Conservation Program, what this does is much deeper than what this title does. And so on May 2022, the DOE developed energy standards for manufactured homes that would raise the price of new manufactured homes by untold thousands of dollars, which would be passed on to the homeowners from cost increases that is far in excess of any return that they would get from the energy savings. Since then, the cost of these DOE standards has become even higher as mortgage rates have increased dramatically. The standards would limit consumer choices and severely threaten the affordability of new manufactured homes. And this is the most affordable home that the country now is putting on the market. Stick-built homes or building custom homes as we did in the old days are just not feasible now. This is the manufactured housing represents one of the best opportunities for helping families realize the American dream, and it accounts for roughly 6% of the housing stock, and this being the largest source of unsubsidized affordable housing in the country. I reserve the balance of my time.
And reserves. Any members seek recognition in opposition? The gentleman is recognized again.
In South Carolina, 1 in 5 South Carolina families lives in a manufactured home. The average price of a new manufactured home is $75,000. And the median income of a manufactured home buyer in South Carolina is about $30,000. The availability of affordable manufactured home ownership is in jeopardy if this new regulation is put into effect. And we shouldn't trade off housing affordability for the sake of energy efficiency, which will limit the dream of home ownerships. I yield back.
The question is now on the amendment offered by a gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Does the gentleman request recorded vote? This is already agreed to.
Correct. No, rescind that.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, sir.
It is now in order to consider amendment number 47, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 47, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Madam Speaker, my amendment would prohibit funding for policies that advance the Biden administration's radical DEI agenda, diversity, equity, and inclusion. Specifically, my amendment would prohibit the use of funds for the Department of Energy's Office of Scientific Workforce Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. This office mission is to promote diverse, equitable, and inclusive workplaces. Now, even science must bow to equity and inclusion. Science should be rooted in fact and research, not wokeism. We've seen what happens when DOE prioritizes diversity and inclusion over all else. It results in hiring non-binary nuclear officials like Sam Brinton, who uses they, them pronouns to address his cohorts. It's time to be serious. We cannot waste taxpayers' dollars funding an Office of Science whose sole purpose is to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion over science. I urge my colleagues to support my amendments. I reserve the balance of my time.
Any member seeking recognition in opposition? For what purpose does gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Madam Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
As I understand it, this amendment prohibits the use of funds for the Department of Energy's Office of Science, their science offices of scientific workforce, diversity, equity, and inclusion. This bill already includes harmful riders that show Republicans are not interested in bills that can gain bipartisan support and become law. So during our full committee markup, I remember it well, Republicans added a provision that prohibits funds for any diversity, equity, and inclusion office, program, or training. The underlying bill already includes Section 606, and I quote, that prohibits funds related to advancing racial equity and support for underserved communities and related to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility in the federal workforce. In addition, Section 605 of the underlying bill prohibits any activities related to critical race theory, put those three words in quotes, that as we heard during the markups when I asked the question, none of my Republican colleagues could even define. How many, and I don't see a definition in your presentation here today, how many times do the individuals on the other side of the aisle need to emphasize that they do not like the words diversity, equity, and inclusion? I know when we were educated, we were always taught about e pluribus unum, one of many. And that's what makes our nation great, that we aren't just one widget, that in fact our common experience is our shared heritages for wherever they might be from. It makes us a more interesting place, and it also connects us to the broader world beyond our shores. I really do not understand why these provisions are necessary on an energy and water bill, and I would hope that my colleagues can stop targeting those who may be different from themselves, or they might think they are, and embrace acceptance, or at least tolerance, of others. And I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment. I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman is now recognized.
Madam Speaker, I think my good friends on the left don't realize the cost of what DEI is borne by the businesses in this country. And now more than ever, when they're paying double and triple for gas, they're having supply chain shortages. They've got interest rates that are 40-year high. They've got inflation that we've never seen the likes of. We've seen what DEI does in the military. The military is down 25 to 30%. If you want a definition, define for me what pronouns they and them. If you're referring to your fellow workers, they and them, does that make sense? No, that's the stupidest, craziest idea to even entertain. People are trying to put food on the table. People are trying to protect their loved ones. And you're really promoting this with a price tag? Y'all ought to be ashamed of yourself for doing this at a time when America is struggling as never before. It's got a price tag to it. And to even have to discuss this is really unbelievable in today's world. I yield back to balance my time.
The gentleman yields. The question now is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. For what purpose, the gentlewoman?
Yes, Madam Chair, on that I demand a recorded vote, please.
Okay. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 48, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 48, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Madam Speaker, my amendment is similar to what we talked about before on the DEI lunacy. My amendment would prohibit funds from being used by the Interagency Working Group on the social cost of greenhouse gases. The social cost of greenhouse gases. The Interagency Working Group was originally convened by the Obama administration before being disbanded by the Trump administration and reimposed through Biden's Radical Climate Executive Order 13990. Democrats use the social cost of greenhouse gas metrics to justify sweeping climate policies and the strict regulations. I would add that President Biden, when asked about what the main concerns and threats for America, he put climate change We've got people being blown up over in Israel, and his focus is climate change now. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and ensure we don't waste valuable tax dollars and resources to fund the Biden administration's radical climate agenda. And the other thing I would add is we have got to put dollars on that are just vaguely named in these bills and see where the money actually goes. I think America would be astounded. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment, please.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
This amendment would prohibit funds for the interagency working group on the social cost of greenhouse gases. In my part of the country, we recognize what greenhouse gases are. We have to contain methane at many landfills that have let that stuff belch out into the atmosphere. The satellites that take photos of the Earth from a distance away can show us that when we weren't conscious of greenhouse gases, we were breaking through the ozone layer and creating, and we've been able to heal that now over time with concerted effort. So those who care to know about greenhouse gases have plenty of evidence around us, and we know that the work of this particular group is crucial to making sure the government accounts for the potential impacts of government actions on the climate. Now, I just left a group of farmers back in Ohio, and I can tell you what, their fields are being washed out because of added rainfall at a level they've never seen before. We've got the salt water creeping up the Mississippi River right now. I was just talking to one of the members on your side of the aisle, sir, yesterday, concerned about Baton Rouge and what is happening to the ocean and to the salt water coming north. Never before. This is very unusual. So whether it's gases in the air, I can think of Canada this past summer. In my part of the country, we never had the kind of, I call it, fog that came from those forest fires and came down into our region, even made it here to Washington, D.C. and down into the Panhandle. This is all new. This is all new. So as I've said, it's undeniable that we are witnessing growing weather events stemming from climate change occurring in real time, even to the point where we can see it with our own eyes. As of the end of August, there have been more than 23 disasters in 2023 alone, costing at least $1 billion each, and we know that the costs of trying to pick up after these terrible events, whether talking Hawaii or other places in our country that have been hit hard, our Homeland Security and disaster assistance accounts have tripled because of what is going on. So we know that the events this year have exceeded the previous record set in 2020, and we still have a few more months to go before this year is out. So we don't have the luxury to pretend that climate change isn't impacting us, whatever name you call it, or that our actions aren't somehow related to it. Tell the American citizens who lost businesses or homes and loved ones from hurricanes and wildfires and other recent natural disasters, and those who continue to face unrelenting flooding in the Midwest, that there are no costs from climate change, because there sure are. And it is already past time for aggressive action to address climate change and its impact. The truth is that it is having catastrophic social and economic impacts here in the United States and across the globe, and these are real and they are unrelenting. Pretending that it doesn't exist simply won't make it go away. So I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment, and would enjoy talking to the gentleman at any time about my part of the country and what we endure. And from what I see in your part of the country, you've got issues there as well. I yield back my remaining time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I'm glad you mentioned forest fires. If you talk to any forester, this is something we could have a direct impact on. You know how much thatch that is causing a lot of these fires? Thatch, in a lot of cases, is this high. And the environmentalists won't let them cut some dead trees, and it won't let them take the thatch out. Now, how stupid is that? It defies logic. Now, you mentioned the oceans. You try to explain to anybody in this country how a man is going to control the oceans. We're all for clean water and clean air, but the price tag that is put on these programs, that are paying some bureaucrat to give his opinion. And it's lunacy at its height at a time in this country that Americans cannot afford it. And I promise if you, in your district, if you talk to your constituents and put the price tag on it, I think they would have a different opinion than your president saying that climate change is the biggest existential threat in this country. There are far greater things than that. I yield back to balance my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by a gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 49, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 49, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Madam Speaker, this is similar to the other amendments we've been talking about. This particular Amendment 49 prohibits use of funds for the consideration of the social costs of greenhouse gases in the development and implementation of budgets, federal procurement processes, or environmental reviews. You know, I don't know how you calculate that, but the dollars are going toward it. President Biden is directing agencies to consider the social costs of greenhouse gases in the development and implementation of budgets, the federal procurement process. Democrats use the social cost of greenhouse gas metrics to justify funding sweeping climate policies and strict regulations. Where's it legitimately going to? I doubt there would be my good friends on the left, if it were coming out of your paycheck, I think you'd probably have a different opinion of where the money should be used. So this is, again, similar to what we've been talking about. It's similar to what we face on the Financial Services Committee, where groups are demanding banks that loan money fill out 500-page reports on the carbon imprint that banks have. How stupid is that? Again, this is down the same lines we talked about, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
All I wish to say on this is there's an old expression, don't try to fool Mother Nature. And I would say and advise, don't ignore Mother Nature. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment. And I yield back my remaining time.
Gentlewoman yields. The gentleman now is recognized.
Well, I wish during a lot of the hearings I've been to, when the advocates for us humans controlling the climate, and those like Al Gore, who says the oceans are boiling, he literally said that. Fits right in line with this radical agenda that America can't afford now. Urge support of my amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment is similar to the others that I have proposed, but it prohibits funding for the American Climate Corps that the Biden administration recently established through his executive order. Thank God it's not binding after its administration's gone. The Biden administration describes the American Climate Corps as a workforce training and service initiative for careers in the clean energy and climate reliance economy. The Corps will focus on equity and environmental justice. Instead of funding Democrats' woke climate agenda, why don't you focus on pro-growth agenda that spurs the economy and prioritizes the American energy independence? Imagine if this administration reversed course and instead of buying it from OPEC countries that hate America, maybe buying it from our country where we've got a 100-year supply, if not more, and become energy independent. You know, I'm in the construction business. I haven't seen too many trucks that operate on batteries. When I get on a plane, I don't see too many airplanes flying on batteries or solar panels, much less the batteries that are made predominantly in China, which is a country that doesn't like us. So I urge passage of my amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
Yes, I rise in opposition to this amendment, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman is now recognized.
Well, here's another amendment that prohibits something else. The gentleman's amendment would prohibit funding for the American Climate Corps. I have been a long-time supporter of the idea of engaging young Americans in helping to build our country forward, as the original Civilian Conservation Corps did many, many years ago. People who became a part of that saw a part of America that they had never seen before. They made friends. They learned new skills. It gave people a pride in our nation that was incalculable. So the whole intent of the Climate Corps is to engage young Americans in helping our nation build forward, whether they would be weatherizing homes, planting trees, installing solar infrastructure, mitigating coastal erosion, preventing fires and flooding. The gentleman talked about some of the needs of our national forests, constructing and maintaining public trails, and so much more. From the western Great Plains to the coast and Great Lakes, we are witnessing the wreckage brought about by changing climate with ferocity that knows no bounds. Our success in tackling this challenge will require bold and innovative strategies and connecting to the younger generation. Last month, when the President announced the American Climate Corps, he talked about training young people in high-demand skills for jobs in the clean energy economy as well. This program will give a new generation of Americans the skills that our grandparents had, necessary to access good-paying jobs that are aligned with high-quality employment opportunities after they complete their paid training and service. So it's really a program for America and for the next generation, and I would welcome that. You know, it used to be that most Americans had someone in their family who joined the U.S. military. Today, less than 1% of America's families are connected to the U.S. military. We have to find other means to engage our younger people in patriotic service, and this is one of those. So I believe we must continue to invest in the in America's next generation, our future workforce, and this is such a positive way to do it. So I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment, and I yield back.
The gentleman is now recognized.
To my friends on the other side of the aisle, I agree with you. The people that join the Corps, they're well-meaning people. They work, they build trails, as you mentioned, they fix houses up. Their motives are pure, or you wouldn't do that. It requires physical labor. I've met them on site. But what this does is has nothing to do with the good that they do, and it just burdens them. You know, in America, we've become the country we have in the past, not by guaranteeing equal outcomes, but you guarantee equal opportunity. And what I want to do is grant the opportunity for the people that join the Corps, the American Corps, to reach their highest potential. And it's not putting the money to make them fill out some crazy form like the banks are having to do. It's for those who have been in the private sector, they would be with us at every level to stop this kind of rampant spending of our tax dollars. I urge support of this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to.
Madam
For
Chair?
what purpose does the gentlewoman rise?
Madam Chair, I demand a recorded vote on that.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment Number 51, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I wish to offer remarks to support the Amendment 51.
The gentleman have amendment at the desk?
I'm not introducing. He is introducing. Are you offering or is he offering? He's offering. Speaker, I have an amendment at the desk.
May I rise as the designee of the next amendment we're debating?
Amendment at the desk.
Okay. So the gentleman from South Carolina is now recognized, and you have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, the clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 51, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, and a member opposed each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My amendment cuts the salary of the Secretary of the Department of Energy, Jennifer Granholm, to $1. The job that she has done is far below standard by any measure. She testified and promoted a company in Greenville, my state, not in my district, but my state, that she was a former board member on, and requested funds from the American taxpayer. And I've learned now with bureaucrats who make wrong decisions, the only way you deal with them is cut their salary. And I would recommend that her salary be cut to $1. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
Yes, Madam Chair, I rise in opposition.
You're recognized.
Thank you. This amendment raises serious constitutional issues and may amount to an unconstitutional bill of attainder. This is not the way to handle policy disputes with the Secretary of Energy for our country. This amendment prioritizes legislative theater over the American people and doesn't have a chance of becoming law. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield the balance of my time for my good friend from Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Norman. This is not political theater, far from it. This is accountability to the American people. I rise today in support of this amendment to reduce the salary of Secretary Granholm to $1 because I cannot make her pay us back. The job of the Secretary of Energy is to secure American energy independence, but she is not securing American energy independence. She is depleting it. And she should be held accountable to the people for failing to deliver on her job. You see, Madam Speaker, before Ms. Granholm was Energy Secretary, she promoted the same failed policies while serving as governor of Michigan and presided over what is now known as Michigan's lost decade, a legacy that we are still paying for at home. She presided over the mass exodus of our jobs and our children from our state. She presided over the crippling of our economy, foreclosures of so many of our homes, and closing of our businesses. She embarrassed us with Rasco fiasco when she offered $9 million in tax credits to promote a job program that actually went to a convicted embezzler who lived out of a trailer. And you know what she did when she was done gutting and embarrassing our state, Madam Speaker? She left. She got on a plane and headed for California, where she took a faculty position at Berkeley while leaving struggling Michiganders at home, struggling in the snow. Now, Madam Speaker, while this amendment today is not about her time in Michigan, past behavior is the best indicator of future performance. So we should be appalled but not surprised by the same malpractice, malfeasance, and mistreatment of the office that she assumes currently and has inflicted serious pain on the American people. and jeopardizes our American independence moving forward. Since this administration took office, Madam Speaker, we've gone from this energy independence to energy reliance on dictators and despots around the world. Secretary Granholm sold off our strategic petroleum reserves and sold out Americans and our national security. And all the worse, she went on television and laughed in our faces just before gas prices hit their peak. The American people's pain is their plan, Madam Speaker, making gas unaffordable and trading away our national resources to China, our #1 adversary, all so they can implement their pipe dream of a forced EV transition. Now, I won't call it treason, but many in my district have. The policy she is seeking to impose billions of dollars in penalties for our autos through our EV mandates would crater the #1 industry in Michigan. We do not fear the future, but we demand to be a part of it. Madam Speaker, the consequences of her failures is the reason folks in my district are standing on a picket line right now. The unrealistic, untimely, and unjust forced EV mandates she supports is building the Chinese middle class on the backs of the middle class families in Michigan and around America. It's time for her to pay, and Congress is holding her accountable. This is the essence of what the Article I branch of government should be doing, is holding an out-of-control administration accountable to the people. She failed in Michigan, and we will not let her fail America. This is a warning to the American people that policies that hurt them will stop with the 118th Congress. These policies have not worked anywhere they've been tried. They have failed, and in the real world, failure means your employer takes your pay. This town needs to start operating a little bit more like the real world. That's why I support this resolution, and I encourage all of my colleagues to support it as well. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from Michigan yields back, and the gentleman from South Carolina yields back. Gentlewoman from Ohio?
Yes,
For what
Madam
purpose
Chair.
do you rise?
Yes, I just wanted to say in reaction to what I just heard on the floor here, there must be two Jennifer Granholms because the one I know is simply exceptional. Mr. Chair, I yield to the gentleman from Tennessee and Chair of the Energy and Water Subcommittee, Mr. Fleischman.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Madam Chair, thank you, and I thank my ranking member for yielding to me, and I did hear both of my colleagues. But respectfully, I disagree with this amendment. I do not think that attempting to reduce salaries to $1 is likely to address this problem, and it may very well cause more problems than it attempts to create. So I will respectfully oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues to oppose the same and yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
I yield back my time
The
remaining.
gentlewoman from Ohio yields. The question is now on the amendment offered by the gentleman from South Carolina. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan's?
Madam Speaker, I ask for a recorded vote.
All right. Pursuant to Clause 6 of the Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by a gentleman from South Carolina will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 52, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 52, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair now recognizes gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment prohibits the funds from being appropriated by this act for being used to enforce any COVID-19 mask mandates. policies involving mandatory masks implementation are not about safety, nor are they about science. Mask mandates are at their core about control. Dr. Tom Jefferson, a leading epidemiologist who co-authored what the New York Times opinion section called the most rigorous and comprehensive analysis of scientific studies conducted on the efficacy of masks for reducing the spread of respiratory illnesses, including COVID-19, found there was no evidence that masks made any difference. It found that wearing a mask in public places makes little or no difference in the number of infections. For my colleagues and friends on the other side who do privately believe that masks or a mask mandate should be in place, I would say that unfortunately mandates include all masks. And yet the gold standard N95 masks have been proven ineffective. I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio rise?
I rise in opposition to this amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
As the gentleman explained, his amendment would prohibit any funds to enforce COVID-19 mask mandates. I must say, America used to focus on big issues. I remember as a child, we tried to figure out how to eradicate polio coast to coast. And you know what? We did it. America was inspired by a great president, John Kennedy, to land a man on the moon. And we did. America did it. We worked together to defeat Soviet communism. And guess what? We did it. We have remnants of that tyrannical regime still seated. And history will show whether we met the current challenge or not. But most of America wants to defeat Vladimir Putin's unconscionable invasion, unprovoked, to the adjoining nation of Ukraine. Now, this amendment is one more controversial poison pill policy rider dealing with face masks. You know what? I didn't really come to Congress to worry about face masks. I find the minority's odd interest in this peculiar. Preventing diseases reduces healthcare costs, such as hospitalizations, and pharmaceuticals, and benefits employers by resulting in less employee absenteeism. But I find it very odd. Now, here we're moving into Halloween. People are spending millions of dollars on masks to go all around the country and parade around in neighborhoods in masks. And yet, when we talk about facial masks to fight the COVID-19 virus, which is a wicked one, it's been politicized to a level that it's almost the theater of the absurd. From January 3rd to 2020 to September 27th, 2023, there were how many deaths in our country from COVID-19? 1,127,152 deaths from COVID-19. In our country alone, 1,127,152 deaths. Some of the people who died we knew and loved. Some of the very people serving in this room. So I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment and to focus on great quests, not ridiculousness. I yield back.
Gentlelady from Ohio yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee.
Mr. Chair, I too believe in reaching for the moon, for achieving big things. We eradicated polio using science. We went to the moon using science. But mask mandates were based off of fear and control. Dr. Jefferson goes on to say in his study that policymakers who imposed mask mandates on Americans were convinced by non-randomized studies, flawed observational studies, not rooted in science. It was about control. I find as a member of Congress, any action of this body that infringes on liberty to be a problem. Any action by this body that infringes on law to be a problem. any action by this body that infringes the Constitution of this great country to be a problem. And so I stand here in great opposition to using money to take the liberty away from hard-working Americans, a freedom that has been fought for and bled for, and I will not rest. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say yea. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the yeas have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider the amendment number 53 printed in Part B of the House Report 118-242. Gentleman hasn't stated a proper point of order.
To confirm, the last amendment was adopted? Yes? Okay. I retract, rescind. Thank you.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 53, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Ogles of Tennessee.
Pursuant to the House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Ogles, and a member opposed to each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, here we go again. The administration's war on appliances continues. First it was gas stoves, then it was water heaters, and now it's ice makers. I live in the country. I like a glass of iced tea. Operative word there is ice. The Department of Energy has proposed a rule to impose stringent regulations on commercial automatic ice makers in the name of energy efficiency. For my fellow Americans watching this amendment debate, if someone knocks on your door of your local business and tells you they're from the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, don't answer. We've seen this play before. In 2014, the Obama administration pushed a rule to force different sectors of the American economy to comply with more restrictive energy standards, targeting hotels, targeting hospitals, targeting schools, office buildings, supermarkets, and restaurants. At the time, the proposed rule was projected to cost manufacturers $24 million over a 30-year period, about a quarter of the industry's profits. That's what this rule would do. It's time to get the government out of the ice-making business and get back to business of achieving great things. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
I rise to oppose the gentleman's amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
The Department of Energy is charged with implementing congressionally directed energy efficiency standards, so the department is fulfilling the obligations in law. Now, if individuals want to comment on that, there's a way to do that, to fully participate in the rulemaking process, and I urge our colleagues to do that. But again, the gentleman's interests seem to be rather narrow, to create false fears, whether it's masks or whether it's trying to get better equipment, more energy efficient equipment in this country to help everyone, Businesses that use ice making machines, homeowners who have ice making in their home. This specific rule would save Americans over $44 million in annual operating costs. That's pretty good. We make American industry more efficient, and we make it cheaper. They save money. So we're trying to act in the interests of the American people. There's a quote in this chamber: let us develop the resources of our land, call forth its powers, build up its institutions, promote all its great interests, and see whether we also in our day and generation may not perform something worthy to be remembered. That is what we should aspire to. And in saving the American people money, in helping them to promote their companies, to save money, to make America better, I think that we're on the right path. I think the gentleman's amendment is misdirected. I oppose it, and I yield back my remaining time.
Gentleman from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, I appreciate my colleagues' sentiment, and I would just say that at a time when we have increased electrification in this country, at a time when we have continued stress and demand for electricity in this country, even in Tennessee, the lauded and respected TVA had brownouts this past winter because of the demand for energy. But rather than increasing our own energy production, rather than focusing on supporting a new innovative nuclear technology to expand our ability to be energy independent, to produce more energy, they're focusing on ice makers. Mr. Chairman, this is ridiculous. This is absurd. This is nothing more than a woke Biden administration that is once again regulating, rulemaking against businesses that ultimately will cost consumers more money. I would ask adoption of my amendment, and I yield back.
The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Tennessee. Those in favor say yea. All opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the yeas have it. The amendment is agreed to. It is now in order to consider Amendment 54, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 54, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Palmer of Alabama.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Palmer, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of my amendment. Federal bureaucrats at the Department of Energy are once again attacking Americans' freedoms to choose their appliances that they want in their homes. They tried to take 50% of the gas stoves off the market, and now they're coming for your room air conditioners. My straightforward amendment would block DOE's overzealous regulation on room air conditioner units from taking effect. Summers in Alabama, as you know, Mr. Chairman, are hot. My constituents, like millions of Americans, use air conditioners to fight this heat. For people who are so concerned about global warming, you'd think they'd want to make air conditioners less expensive, not more. I grew up dirt poor. We couldn't afford an air conditioner, and that was the case for most of the people that we knew where I grew up. What I'm afraid of is that the Biden administration wants us to go back to those times. This rule fits a pattern of Democrat energy policies making life more difficult and more expensive, especially for low-income and middle-income Americans who will struggle to afford the upfront cost of more expensive air conditioning units. Mr. Chairman, this amendment shows a clear difference in the vision between House Republicans and the Biden administration and the House Democrats. House Republicans believe in American energy abundance, and the administration believes in energy restrictions. We believe in consumer choice, and the administration believes in heavy-handed government mandates. We believe consumers back home can make their own decisions, while the administration believes federal bureaucrats, Biden bureaucrats, can decide what Americans can and can't do on a daily basis. If a consumer wants a more efficient, energy-efficient room air conditioning unit, they have the freedom to choose one based on what they think is best, not what the Biden bureaucrats think is best. This rule is another example of vast government overreach and should be stopped. I therefore urge my colleagues to support my amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek
I rise in
recognition?
opposition to the amendment.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
The Department of Energy is charged with implementing congressionally directed energy efficiency standards. And I think it's safe to assume that virtually all Americans, let alone all the people in this room, have benefited from these types of efficiency standards over the course of their lifetimes. Today, the typical new room air conditioner uses 39% less energy than its 1990 counterpart. In that 33-year time span, the Department of Energy raised the efficiency standard for room air conditioners 3 times. and real results happened. The Department of Energy estimates that these new standards will save American families and consumers approximately, are you ready, $1.5 billion per year on their electricity bills. I urge my colleagues to reject this amendment.
Gentlewoman reserves.
I yield back my remaining time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentleman from Alabama.
This is another example of bureaucratic overreach. Congress is pretty clear in its lawmaking, and as we're finding out as the Supreme Court takes up these issues, we're trying to restore legislative authority to this House. But in regard to this amendment, again, as I said, it shows the clear difference between the vision of the House Republicans and the Biden administration, the House Democrats. And I think that what American public needs is the opportunity to choose what they need for their homes. And I believe if we continue down this path with Republican initiatives on energy, we're going to bring down energy costs, but we'll also respect the right of American citizens to buy whatever they think they need. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back and urge a yea vote in favor of this amendment.
Questions on the amendment from the gentleman from Alabama? Those in favor say yea. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the yeas have it. The amendment is agreed to. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Alabama will be postponed. Yes?
I rescind that request.
Without objection, the request is confirmed. The chair understands that Amendment 55 will not be offered. We got a lot of work to do, don't we? It is now in order to consider Amendment 56, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Pfluger of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, as a member, will have 5 minutes, and the member opposed will also have 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's unfortunate that we have to be here to talk about this, and as a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, as a representative of one of the most important energy production areas in the country, this is a national security issue. The Biden administration's assault on our baseload dispatchable generation of electricity has resulted in record high prices for consumers, looming resource inadequacies throughout the country, and have threatened our grid reliability. Just a few weeks ago, the Department of Energy's Assistant Secretary for Electricity, Mr. Rodriguez, testified before our committee, the Energy and Commerce Committee, regarding policies to enhance the reliability and the efficiency in powering American homes. And at this hearing, and I'm sad to say this, Mr. Rodriguez, who is the head of electricity at the Department of Energy, had no idea how much electricity the United States uses annually each year, and stated that the reason he was chosen for this position was not because he was a subject matter expert. And it saddens me to be standing here, but that's just not an acceptable position. And this glaring lack of knowledge is not okay. It's unacceptable from the head of the Department of Energy's Electricity Division. This administration has worked every day to transform energy industries and to push a green agenda that doesn't work, that's not reliable, that doesn't take into account reliability. And their own named assistant secretary doesn't know how much electricity we use. And so when you look at examples of what they've pushed for, a substantial increase in electric vehicles and other policies, you have to ask the question, if they don't know how much electricity we currently use, then will they know how much electricity we would require with their mandates for electric vehicles? In Texas alone, if all of our cars were electrified today, just as an example, the state would need approximately an additional 110 terawatt hours of electricity per year, the average annual electricity consumption of 11 million homes. The added electricity demand would result in a 30% increase over current consumption. So that is the kind of example that I expect Mr. Rodriguez and others within the Department of Energy to know. This is a gigantic increase in demand. This administration continues to put American producers and consumers in a bad situation. It's critical that we have good leadership at DOE. And let me make this clear. I want the Assistant Secretary to be successful. We should all want these people in leadership positions to be successful. If he succeeds, our country wins. But when you're the Assistant Secretary for Electricity and you don't know every detail about electricity in the United States, then you're not succeeding. And so it's for that reason that I recommend this amendment to reduce the salary to $1 and remind DOE of their core mission, which is to help Americans with reliable and affordable energy. And with that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
The lady is recognized.
This amendment raises serious constitutional issues and may amount to an unconstitutional bill of attainder. This is not the way to handle policy disputes with Mr. Rodriguez, Assistant Secretary for Electricity at the Department of Energy's Office of Electricity. He has very impressive credentials with over 2 decades of work in industry in California, in Arizona, parts of our country that understand the new pressures on producing power. We look at the forest fires that have occurred out there and the stresses on the environment that cause millions of people not to have electricity. He's actually lived in places in our country that have experienced it first. He has impressive degrees in the law and obviously in business. So I don't think they're being fair to this gentleman, and this is certainly not the way to handle this. So this amendment prioritizes legislative theater over the American people. It has no chance of becoming law, and I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment. I reserve my time.
Gentlelady from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
I yield to my colleague from Tennessee.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
If you have nothing.
Okay. I thank the gentleman for yielding to me. Mr. Chairman, I hold my dear colleague and friend from Texas in the highest esteem. I think he's one of our brightest and best members, and he has served so well on the Energy and Commerce Committee, and it's a pleasure and privilege to serve with him. I play baseball with him, and candidly, he's a much better baseball player than I am. I trust his judgment, but respectfully on this issue, I want to be consistent. I have opposed the reducing of salaries to $1 in the previous amendments. He articulated his issues very well, but I do think this causes a dangerous, difficult precedent, and in that regard, I urge a no vote.
Gentleman from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back to the chair.
Gentleman yields back.
And
gentleman from Ohio.
I yield back my time as well.
Lady. Question is on the amendment offered from the gentleman, by the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say yea. Those in favor, no. In the opinion of the chair, the yeas have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio?
Mr. Chair, I demand a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on this amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. Just go ahead. It is now in order to consider Amendment 57, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment to desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 57, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Pfluger of Texas.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger, a member opposed, will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Pfluger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most important tool our country has is energy. It's the underpinnings of our economy. It forms the foundational piece of our national security. We see this playing out in all parts of the world right now. And the prosperity of our country rests on the abundant natural resources that we have that no other country has. We're blessed to have those natural resources. And this has been reaffirmed as Americans have seen the events unfold in places like Ukraine. Make no mistake, the single biggest important impetus for Russia's unprovoked attack on Ukraine was the belief that Vladimir Putin would not weaponize energy, and he did. We recognize the critical importance of secure, abundant, affordable resources and affordable energy better than anywhere else. And because we know what it takes to produce it, we understand how devastating it would be to lose it. And we see the potential before us if we had the opportunity to unleash our full energy capabilities. Our nation is blessed with natural resources and a strong, innovative spirit that encapsulates the American character. Nowhere is this more evident than my own district, the Permian Basin, which produces over 40% of the country's oil production. And while climate alarmists scream that oil and gas is bad, I feel confident in saying that if they were serious in actually reducing carbon emissions, that we would actually produce it here, where we do it much cleaner, much better, more efficient, and with higher labor standards than anywhere else. Don't export that to our adversaries. But unfortunately, this administration has done just that, and they would rather look to our adversaries for energy than embrace the innovation that's being done right here at home. And when looking to supply the energy needs for Americans, I respectfully ask that the President call the mayor of Midland, Texas, not OPEC, for the energy needs. At a time when our world is increasingly destabilized, our nation needs us to lead from the front. Our domestic energy production is too important of an asset to be left out of our national security toolkit. And we must use this unique asset not only for the benefit here domestically, but around the world. LNG, much of which is produced in the Permian Basin, 10% by the way worldwide, will play the leading role in helping reach developing nations to provide them with clean, affordable, reliable energy to power their economies. And global demand for LNG will continue to increase with estimates as nearly double what it is now in the next 20 years. This is a massive opportunity for our country to lead. And if we don't have advisors in this administration who think critically about American energy as a national security tool, the consequences will be severe. Under this administration, senior advisors have praised China as a leader in clean energy, begged OPEC to produce more oil than doing it here domestically, and tried to sabotage the credibility of American producers here. That's why I'm leading an amendment to reduce the salary of Andrew Light, Department of Energy's Assistant Secretary for International Affairs, to $1. We need the administration to focus on our own strength, our own innovation, and our own capabilities, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Texas yields. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Chairwoman is recognized.
First of all, the gentleman's amendment raises serious constitutional issues, and like others this afternoon, may amount to an unconstitutional bill of attainder. And that's really not the way to handle policy disputes with Andrew Light, Assistant Secretary of Energy for International Affairs. First of all, I think I have to say, energy security requires energy security for our country understands the global environment in which we exist and function. And that is both the commercial marketplace as well as on the defense ledger. So this is a very, very important job. And this gentleman has a very broad experience prior to coming to his current position. And even in the area of atmospheric sciences, trying to understand some of the science as well as the security issues involved in America remaining energy independent in perpetuity here at home. So the amendment prioritizes legislative theater again over the American people. It doesn't have any chance of becoming law, and I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady from Ohio has the only remaining time. The gentleman from Texas has yielded. Gentlewoman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I yield to the gentleman from Tennessee and Chair of the Energy and Water Subcommittee, Mr. Fleischman.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and to the ranking member, I thank you for yielding to me. As with the previous amendment, I fully understand and appreciate my distinguished colleagues' frustrations, but respectfully disagree that reducing the salary to $1 is the way to address that, and respectfully urge a no vote on that. But again, I do thank my esteemed colleague for his amendment.
Gentlewoman from Ohio.
I'd like to yield back my remaining time. Thank you.
All right, the question is on the amendment offered before us from the gentleman from Texas. Those in favor say yea. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, the yeas have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I demand a recorded vote on that.
Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Texas will be postponed. It is now in order to consider Amendment 58, printed in Part B of the House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 58, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my amendment number 58 would reduce the total appropriations for the Department of Interior, Environment, and related agencies by $1.55 billion, bringing the total cost of the bill down from nearly $58 billion to $56.4 billion. I submitted this amendment to get the total cost of this year's appropriation bills closer to the fiscal 22 levels. I've been traveling around the state of Montana for quite extensive periods of time over the last several months, and I've yet to find a single person that feels like we didn't have enough spending or government in fiscal 22. As a matter of fact, most of them truly believe that we had far too much government, and it was engaged in trying to run their lives, and they did not want to see anymore. I believe that the federal government had more than enough, and that it's time to rein in the out-of-control spending. To get their spending under control, the federal agencies must begin operating at the same levels or at very least receive only modest increases. The American people are sick and tired of the D.C. cartel running up the tab on the American people while our constituents are struggling to make ends meet. To be clear, my amendment still allows for a modest increase in the fiscal 22 spending for energy and water. I'm not trying to slash funding or cripple necessary infrastructure. I'm trying to ensure that taxpayers' dollars are used efficiently and that we get government off the path to financial ruin. I reserve.
Gentleman Montana reserves.
Will the gentleman yield? Will the gentleman yield?
He's already yielded back.
Pardon?
I mean, he's already reserved. I'm sorry. For what purpose does the
parliamentary
gentlelady
inquiry? When the gentleman began his remarks, he referred to the interior bill. This is the energy bill. I wonder if the gentleman could clarify that.
I just misspoke. Mr. Speaker, misspoke. This is for interior.
Gentleman from Montana, you're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this is for interior. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker. This is for energy.
Pardon me.
Excuse me.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlelady from
I think the record
Ohio
will have to be
recognized.
corrected.
Who claims time in opposition? For what purpose does the gentleman's recognized?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And in regard to the energy and water bill that is before the House today, I respectfully rise in opposition to the amendment. We discussed earlier today in some very strong and positive debates about the role of the NNSA and the strong nuclear arsenal aspect of the Department of Energy, which is so critically important. And I debated and against my Democratic colleagues in that regard. That is all part of this great energy and water bill. It is a wonderful, robust bill, not only for the Department of Energy, but also for the water side of the bill. The reduction proposed in this amendment would negatively impact national security and critical infrastructure programs in the bill. As I alluded to, this bill has both defense and non-defense spending in it. The amendment makes no distinction of where the reductions would come from, instead allowing the Biden administration to administer the reductions as they see fit. And I would not trust the administration to do that. I think Congress needs to do that. That would likely affect the NNSA, as I've alluded to, and I cannot respectfully support any amendment that would jeopardize the balance of this bill. Therefore, I oppose the gentleman's amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under Secretary Granholm, we've seen America's energy prices skyrocket with no clear plan to help Americans other than further to deplete our strategic petroleum reserves. The Department of Energy has done nothing to show they deserve an increase in funding from last year. Secretary Granholm routinely speaks about how her intention is to quickly move away from traditional energy industries. Many Americans rely on these industries for their livelihoods. This administration shows a lack of clear consideration of these people and industries, even as they are necessary during our transition to clean energy. Furthermore, the very people that get hurt the most by this reckless administration's actions are the ones at the lowest end of the income scale. Quite frankly, if you just look at one section of this legislation, we don't want to compromise our national defense. One section, $1.2 billion, the Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy, is where the federal government is picking winners and losers to try and develop different types of fuel, including biofuels and batteries, and the federal government should not be involved in that. The free market knows how to do it. They know how to do it the best. They have demonstrated they know how to do it the most efficiently, and with that, I reserve.
Gentleman from Montana reserves. Gentleman has the only time.
Mr. Speaker, again, I would just like to say that there's no reason that we cannot remove a meager $1.55 billion from this total bill, and I would yield back.
The question on the amendment offered before by the gentleman from Montana. Those in favor say yea. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the yeas have it. The amendment is agreed to. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise?
Mr. Chairman, I request recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition?
I rise as the designee of the gentlewoman from Connecticut, and I move to strike the last word and yield to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Castor.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank Ranking Member Capter for her leadership and yielding the time, and I want to thank the gentleman from Tennessee and all the professional staff who've been working hard over the past day and a half to get appropriations back on track in the People's House. I rise in opposition to H.R. 4394. You know, in the midst of all the turmoil across the globe and weeks of GOP chaos here on Capitol Hill, there is good news to share with the American people. It's a story of American innovation that is benefiting our neighbors and communities all across this great country. Innovation that is putting money back into people's pockets at a time they really need it. See, over the past year, since Democrats passed and President Biden signed historic laws investing in infrastructure and clean energy and American workers, the American economy has been booming. And our neighbors are enjoying some lower costs, good-paying jobs are being created, and folks back home are building safer, healthier, more resilient communities. Infrastructure and clean energy are reducing pollution, they're improving our health, and they're countering China's push to control supply chains. And that's why this GOP bill must fail. The GOP bill takes America backwards. The GOP bill is a gift to China. And this GOP bill is a recipe for higher energy bills. So the Democrats simply are not going to let the GOP take us backwards. It's been about 1 year since I stood by President Biden as he signed the historic clean energy law, the Inflation Reduction Act. And let me tell you, it's been difficult to keep up with all of the announcements of new American factories and jobs in Ohio, in Tennessee, in Kentucky, in Georgia, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, you name it. I keep a list here. Sonova, U.S. solar manufacturer in Norcross, Georgia, announced 240 jobs. They're the ones who fought cheap Chinese exports. Stellantis and Samsung are building an EV battery plant in Kokomo, Indiana, 1,400 workers. Polaris building in Huntsville, Alabama, electric utility vehicle for the Army. LG Energy Solutions, Honda, $3.8 billion for EV battery plants. I mean, the list goes on and on. America is the envy of the world because we have a clean energy law that is creating jobs, along with the infrastructure and the CHIPS and Science Act. In Florida, we've seen about $500 million in new investments and about 1,700 jobs, and they say across the country, at the lowest estimate, about 170,000 new jobs. America is the envy of the world because of our clean energy law. I'll say it again. And our economy is booming, and we're not going to let the Republicans take us backwards. Just this morning, it was announced that U.S. gross domestic product, a measure of all goods and services produced in the United States, rose at 4.9%, which was much better than anyone expected. Private sector investment is flocking to clean energy and infrastructure projects in your districts and mine. Clean energy projects don't just create new good-paying jobs, they also lower energy costs for our neighbors back home and all American families. And boy, do we need it. In the Tampa-St. Pete area that I have the privilege of representing, electric bills are out of sight. They're astronomical. In a single year, this past year, the average Tampa Electric Company customer saw an increase by a whopping $492. Why? Because they generate electricity based on oil and gas, primarily. But thankfully, cleaner, cheaper energy and energy efficiency is on its way to lower people's electric bills, and we cannot let the Republicans gut what we're doing in clean energy to lower electric bills. Here's another good new report that Floridians, all Americans needed. Yesterday, the Biden administration announced help for consumers to afford these high energy bills. Florida will receive $106 million in federal funds to lower home energy bills. And I haven't even mentioned the high costs of extreme weather, extreme heat across the country that's hurting farmers. It's fueling fires. It's fueling costly extreme weather events, higher insurance premiums. Indeed, we just lived through the hottest summer on record. It was roasting. And we've got to reduce pollution that is causing this overheating and the higher cost on communities. So that's why I'm offering this motion to recommit today at the appropriate time to send this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would strike two sections,
Gentlewoman's time is
311
expired.
and 312. I urge that at the end of the debate, insert the record, the text of this amendment.
Gentlewoman's time is expired.
Vote yes on this amendment, and please tank this bill to take us backwards. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the gentle lady from, oh, your time's expired. I apologize.
I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Give this to me. It is now in order to consider Amendment 59, printed in Part B of House 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk would designate the amendment.
Amendment number 59, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Montana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my amendment number 59 reduces spending. Specifically, it cuts funding for the Army Corps of Engineers back to the fiscal 22 levels. This year's appropriation would increase Army Corps' funding by $910 million from last year. My amendment would reduce funding for the Army Corps by $620 million in order to bring it back to fiscal 22 levels. That still leaves in place a $290 million increase. Unfortunately, the Army Corps of Engineers has a long history of running over budget and out of schedule. The solution to the Army Corps wasting taxpayers' money is not to reward them with more money. Instead, we must demand that the Army Corps of Engineers be more responsible and more efficient. In Montana alone, there are multiple instances of the Army Corps projects running well beyond their budgets and then turning to state and local governments to make up the cost. The Army Corps has shown a complete dereliction of duty by trying to transfer cost, operation, and maintenance of the Fish Bypass Channel, which is part of the Lower Yellowstone Irrigation Project. The Army Corps is shifting operating costs that they agreed to take on to the farmers and ranchers who are already facing increased costs. In fact, before the Army Corps of Engineers even cut the ribbon on this project, it was in need of repairs. I witnessed it myself. The Lower Yellowstone Irrigation Project was created as part of the Newlands Reclamation Act, signed into law in 1902. The purpose of the Lower Yellowstone Irrigation Project is to divert water from the Yellowstone River to irrigators in eastern Montana and western North Dakota. Currently, the Lower Yellowstone Irrigation Project is a dependable, reliable source of irrigation water for approximately 58,000 acres of land in 4 irrigation districts across Montana. The Army Corps of Engineers proposed a fish bypass channel in Montana to address the pallid sturgeon populations in the lower Missouri River because it was cheaper, not out of the goodness of their heart. The farmers did not ask for, nor did they receive, more water or a better system. No, as a matter of fact, just quite the opposite has happened. The system doesn't function as well, and it costs them more to operate. The Army Corps now wants to wash its hands from this project and pass the cost to 350 families and communities that rely upon this irrigation to provide for their livelihoods. This burden from the lack of planning by the Corps of Engineers should only be transferred onto a third party that is at fault. The government is the only one who decided to place the pallid sturgeon on the endangered species list and should pay for the consequences and cost resulting from that action, not the small community that has relied upon this irrigation for over past century. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman, for what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise? Excuse me. Yes, Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose the amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
I wish to thank my friend, the distinguished gentleman from Montana, for offering this amendment. I know many of us have frustrations with some of the Army Corps projects. However, this reduction by $620 million I must oppose for several reasons. The reduction proposed in this amendment would, in my view, jeopardize critical ongoing Corps of Engineer projects across this great country, including in my district, the Great Chickamauga Lock project in the 3rd District of Tennessee. All too often, the Corps of Engineers fails to finish what it starts. This bill provides funding to complete a number of significant projects, and a cut of this magnitude would, in my view, undermine public safety and America's economic competitiveness. It's in that regard I respectfully urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, fiscal 22, Corps of Engineers, $8.34 billion. Fiscal 23, $8.66 billion. Fiscal 24, $9.57 billion. We cannot continue to reward bad behavior. A recent project in Texas, the Ike Dike Coastal Barrier Project, is currently projected to cost $57 billion, representing the most largest civil engineering project in United States history, which is 68% higher than the recent estimate, which was at $34 billion. There's not a contractor that has built a home that would have a homeowner abide by those types of terms and conditions. How can the Army Corps of Engineers be allowed to receive such a massive amount of funds when their project estimates are so routinely off base, and their time frames with which they are estimating to complete them are just as bad? A project in Michigan for a new lock in the Sioux is currently projected to cost $394 million more than the Biden administration's proposed funding. The list goes on and on and on. We cannot continue to reward this bad behavior. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman has the only time remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, once again, we've seen these projects go over budget, over time. The Corps of Engineers should not be rewarded. I hope that
Gentleman's
my colleagues
time's expired.
Thank you.
Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair. The noes have it.
Vote, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman requests a recorded vote pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18. Further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana will be postponed. It is now in order to consider amendment number 60, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242. For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise as the designee of the gentleman from Texas, and I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 60, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Pursuant to House Resolution 756, the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale, and a member opposed, each will control 5 minutes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Montana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this amendment prohibits any of the funding in the Energy and Water Appropriations Bill from being used to carry out President Biden's executive orders on climate change. These executive orders served as the catalyst for some of the Department of Energy's most radical actions, including Justice 40 Initiative, a radical environmental justice initiative that directs 40% of federal clean energy and energy efficiency spending based on race, migrant status, and other characteristics. A moment ago, you heard me speaking about relying upon the marketplace and the free market to develop the most effective, efficient, and technologically advanced methods with which we can fuel everything that we have now, whether that's electric turbines or motor vehicles, and to base it upon race, migrant status, and other characteristics demonstrates why exactly the federal government should not be involved in this type of action. The Department of Energy's transition to a carbon pollution-free energy sources, a zero emissions fleet, and a net zero building portfolio. The power grid from Canada to Mexico around the country cannot sustain pushing everything to renewable energies when they are only operating at solar about 18% and wind energy at the very most efficient 40% of full power when we happen to have wind blowing. This is not the way for us to go, and I would ask that we prohibit those funds from being used for such purposes. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise? Oh, excuse me. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Chair, I rise in strong opposition to this amendment.
Gentlelady is recognized.
All right. As of the end of this August, there have been more than 23 disasters in our country just this year, costing at least $1 billion each. That exceeds the previous record set in 2020, and we've not even finished this year yet. This morning as I drove to work, I was listening to the representative from Hawaii, Maui, talk about the recovery in Maui and ongoing efforts there and the struggle and the positive attitude of the people to try to rebuild. So don't try to tell American citizens who've lost businesses or homes and loved ones from hurricanes, wildfires, other natural disasters, and who continue to face unrelenting flooding in the middle part of the country that there are no costs from climate change. Disaster costs, talk to any insurance company, property insurance company. Disaster costs have risen substantially across this country, and they are growing. In fact, they've tripled. The Federal Disaster Assistance Office, just the federal side, it's billions and billions and billions more dollars. So it's already past time for aggressive action to address climate change and its impacts, and pretending that it doesn't exist won't make it go away. We must maintain American leadership for our clean energy future and not cede all of the economic opportunity that Congresswoman Castor just talked about when she was here on the floor to China and other countries who surely want to be right at our ankles and try to dump product into this country. We have to stand on our own 2 feet and be as great a nation as we really are and seize the horizon. I strongly urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful amendment, and I yield back my time.
Back. Gentleman from Montana is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, building on the coast does not cause climate change, but it certainly exposes you to incredible risk of having your house washed away. Now, I'm not a genius, nor am I a climatologist, nor am I a weatherman, but even I know that simple fact. In 2021, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve had a total of 610 million barrels of crude oil in it. Here's what our Department of Energy has done: reduced it down to 347 million barrels of crude, lowest level since 1983. The emissions in our country have gone down, and it is demonstrated very clearly that by placing us more entitled, obligated to purchase our energy overseas, all we are doing is creating more pollution problems around the earth. We do it cleaner, we do it safer, we do it with the strongest environmental standards, and we do it with the best labor practices around the world. I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. You only have the remaining time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would just like to say I hope my colleagues can support this. There is no reason for the federal government to be involved in directing what type of energies we should develop. Thank you.
Gentleman reserves. Question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Rosendale. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Opinion of the chair, the noes have it.
Mr. Chair, could I please have the votes recorded?
Gentleman requests a recorded vote. Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Montana will be postponed. Is that it? Pursuant to Clause 6, Rule 18, proceedings will now resume on those amendments printed in Part B of House Report 118-242, on which further proceedings were postponed in the following order. Amendment number 43, Luna of Florida. 47, Norman, South Carolina. 50, Norman, South Carolina. 51, Norman, South Carolina. 56, Pfluger, Texas. 57, Pfluger, Texas. 58, Rosendale, Montana. 59, Rosendale, Montana. 60, Rosendale, Montana. The chair will reduce 2 minutes the minimum time for any electronic vote after the first vote series. The unfinished business is a request for recorded vote on amendment number 43, printed in Part B of House Report 118-242 by the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Luna, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 43, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mrs. Luna of Florida.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for recorded vote will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having arisen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 120, the nays 291. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business request recorded vote, Amendments 47, Part House Report 118-242, Gentleman, South Carolina, Norman. Further proceedings postponed, on which the ayes prevailed by a voice vote. Clerk, redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 47, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those supporting a recorded vote be rise to be counted. Sufficient number having arisen. Recorded vote is ordered. Amendments recorded by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
No, one aye for Ms. Granger.
On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 204. The amendment is adopted. The unfinished business, the request for recorded vote, Amendment 50, Part B, House Report. Gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman. Further proceedings postponed, which the ayes prevail by a voice vote. The clerk redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Recorded vote requested. Those in support will rise and be counted. Sufficient number having risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Marriage recorded by vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. vote. The yeas are 208. The nays are 209. The vote is not adopted. Pursuant to Clause 6H of Rule 18, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole, having under consideration of Bill H.R. 4394, directs me to report that the votes cast by the delegates and resident commissioner were decisive on a recorded vote on the amendment offered by Mr. Norman from South Carolina.
Chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reported to the House that during consideration of the bill H.R. 4394 pursuant to Resolution 756, the votes cast by the delegates and resident commissioner on a recorded vote on the amendment offered by the gentleman was decisive. The clerk will designate the amendment. House will be in order. Members, please take your conversations off the floor. Clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment number 50, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
This is the bill number? I just know. Pursuant to Clause 6H of Rule 18, the chair will put the question to the House de novo. The question is on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is agreed to.
Yeas and nays, please.
The gentleman asked for the yeas and nays.
Yes.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient. Make them earn it. All right. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members record their votes by electronic device. This is a 2-minute vote. All right, thank you, sir. All right. On this vote, the yeas are 207, the nays are 204. The amendment is adopted. Pursuant to Clause 6H of Rule 18, the committee will resume its sitting.
Is this our next one? Is this our next one?
First this,
Okay.
starting with the House is in the Committee of the Whole.
The House is in the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union for further consideration of Bill H.R. 4394. Clerk will report the title of the bill.
A bill making appropriations for energy and water development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
Committee of the Whole rose earlier today. The amendment was offered by the gentleman from South Carolina has been rejected, agreed to on a recorded vote, on which the votes are cast by the delegates and resident commissioner were decisive. That result has since been rejected by the House. The chair respectfully requests all members vote accurately the first time. The unfinished business of the request recorded vote, Amendment 51, printed Part B, House Report 118-242. Gentleman of South Carolina, Mr. Norman, which further proceedings were postponed, which are noes were prevailed by a voice vote. Clerk, read the amendment.
Amendment number 51, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Norman of South Carolina.
Recorded vote requested. Those support recorded vote rise to be counted. Sufficient number risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members recorded vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote. This vote, the yeas are 166, the nays are 247. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business request recorded vote, Amendment 56, Part B, House Report 118-242. Gentleman of Texas, Pfluger, which further proceedings were postponed. The ayes prevailed by a voice vote. Clerk, redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 56, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Pfluger of Texas.
Requested the support of recorded vote be rise, be counted, sufficient number risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members recorded vote by electronic device. A 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas 160, nays 250. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business request recorded vote Amendment 57, printed Part B, House Report 118-242, General of Texas, Pfluger. Further proceedings postponed, on which the ayes prevail by voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 57, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Pfluger of Texas.
Recorded vote requested. Those who support a recorded vote rise to be counted. Sufficient number arisen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members record the vote by electronic device. 2-minute vote. To 164, nays or 249. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business request recorded vote. Amendment 58, Part B, House Report 118-242, Montana, Rosedale. Further proceedings postponed, on which ayes prevail by voice vote. Clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 58, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Recorded vote requested. Those who support a recorded vote be rise to be counted. Sufficient number having risen. Recorded vote is ordered. Members record the vote by electronic device. Please, a 2-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 100, nays are 314. The amendment is not adopted. Unfinished business request recorded vote. Amendment 59, printed Part B, House Report 118-242. Gentleman Montana, Mr. Rosedale. Further proceedings postponed, which the noes prevail by a voice vote. Clerk, designate amendment.
Amendment number 59, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Request for recorded vote. Those in support of request for recorded vote rise to be counted. Sufficient number arisen. Recorded vote order. Members to record their vote by electronic device. 2-minute vote. All members voted. Any member wishing to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 76, nays 335. The amendment is not adopted. The unfinished business request recorded vote, Amendment 60, printed Part B, House Report 118-242, gentleman Texas, gentleman from Montana, Rosedale. Further proceedings postponed, which the noes prevail by a voice vote. The court will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment number 60, printed in Part B of House Report number 118-242, offered by Mr. Rosendale of Montana.
Recorded vote has been requested. Those support of recorded vote rise to be counted. A sufficient number of original recorded votes is ordered. Members record their vote by electronic device. This will be a 2-minute vote.
The yeas are 192, the nays are 222. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendments pursuant to the rules, the committee rises.
Where's she from?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole on the State of the Union has under consideration H.R. 4394 and pursuant to House Resolution 756. I report the bill as amended of the resolution back to the House with a further amendment adopted by a Committee of the Whole.
Under the rule, the previous question is ordered in a separate vote demanded by any amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole. If again, Chair of the Union of the whole House and the State of the Union reports the committee has been under consideration H.R. 4394 pursuant to House Resolution 756. Report the bill as amended by that resolution back to the House with further sundry amendments adopted in the Committee of the Whole. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. Is a separate vote demanded on any amendment reported from the Committee of the Whole? If not, the Chair will then engross. The question is on the adoption of the amendments. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The amendments are agreed to. I'm sorry? The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading. Clerk reads the bill.
A bill making appropriations for energy and water development and related agencies for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2024, and for other purposes.
For what purpose is... Okay. Can't go home. Can't go home till y'all are quiet. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
Clerk will report the motion.
Ms. Castro of Florida moves to recommit the bill H.R. 4394 to the Committee on Appropriations.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion to recommit. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed will say no. No. Noes have it.
Ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen. The yeas and nays record. Members record their vote by electronic device. This is a pursuant to Clause 9, Rule 20. Chair will reduce to 5 minutes minimum time electronic vote on question of the passage. 5-minute vote. The yeas on this vote are 199, the nays are 210. The motion to recommit is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Pursuant to Clause 10, Rule 20, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute closing vote. On this vote, the yeas are 210, the nays are 199. The bill is passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
Gentleman is recognized for just without. Tennessee? Where's Tennessee? For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the clerk be authorized to make technical corrections in the engrossment of H.R. 4394 to include corrections in spelling, punctuation, section numbering, and cross-referencing, and the insertion of appropriate headings.
Without objection.
Thank you.
Again, seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to remove myself from co-sponsor of H.R. 3347.
The gentleman's request is granted. Without objection. I forgot what Lori told me she was.
Tragic Beirut bombing 40 years ago. On October 23rd in 1983, two suicide bombers took the lives of 220 Marines, 18 sailors, and 3 soldiers at the Marine barracks in Beirut, Lebanon, wounding another 128 Americans. A few minutes later, in a coordinated attack, another suicide bomber blew up the French barracks about 4 miles away, killing 58 French paratroopers. On Monday, my good friend and Congressman Greg Pence, who had been stationed in these barracks not a week prior to the attack, and I attended the 40th anniversary memorial service in my district, Jacksonville, North Carolina. Jacksonville is home to the world-renowned Camp Lejeune, for which the 24th Marine Amphibious Unit deployed to Beirut under the direction of President Ronald Reagan. Their mission was a peacekeeping one, and today, etched in the stone of the Beirut Memorial in Jacksonville, is a line that reads, "They came in peace." Eastern North Carolina continues to grieve today for the loss of life and the loss of loved ones in the devastating attack 40 years ago today, 40 years ago. In honor of these fallen heroes, I ask the House observe a moment of silence. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Vermont seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, is this on? Pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intention to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows. House Resolution 610, censuring Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. Whereas Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has repeatedly fanned the flames of racism, anti-Semitism, hate speech against the LGBTQ community, Islamophobia, Asian hate, xenophobia, and other forms of hatred. Whereas Marjorie Taylor Greene has repeatedly debased the memories of thousands of victims of the terrorist attacks on September 11, 2001, by perpetuating conspiracy theories to shift blame and responsibility for mass murder. Whereas Marjorie Taylor Greene has repeatedly assaulted the foundation of our democracy by perpetuating conspiracy theories related to the January 6th attack on the Capitol, which sought to halt the peaceful transfer of power. Whereas Marjorie Taylor Greene has repeatedly called for violence against elected officials and their families. Whereas Marjorie Taylor Greene has repeatedly espoused anti-Semitic rhetoric and conspiracy theories, including through inflammatory evocations of the Holocaust. Whereas on May 20th, 2021, Marjorie Taylor Greene said that the mask mandate in the House of Representatives was akin to Jews being put in trains and taken to gas chambers in Nazi Germany. Whereas on May 25th, 2021, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeted, quote, "Vaccinated employees get a vaccination logo just like the Nazis forced Jewish people to wear a gold star." Whereas on February 26th, 2022, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene appeared at a white nationalist event that was condemned by the Republican Jewish Coalition as, quote, "appalling and outrageous that a member of Congress would share a platform with an individual who has actively spread anti-Semitic bile, mocked the Holocaust, and promoted dangerous anti-Israel conspiracy theories." Whereas on September 1st, 2022, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene posted a tweet comparing President Joe Biden to Adolf Hitler that said, quote, "Joe Biden is Hitler, hashtag Nazi Joe has to go," unquote. Whereas on September 1st, 2022, Marjorie Taylor Greene posted another tweet of a doctored video showing President Biden speaking with audio of Hitler, swastikas in the background, and a mustache akin to that of Hitler. Whereas on July 21st, 2021, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene said that if she was, quote, "in charge," she would kick out every single Chinese in this country that is loyal to the CCP. They would be gone. Whereas on December 19th, 2021, while at a Turning Point USA conference, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene referred to Asian Americans as, quote, "yellow people," a slur that has been historically used to malign the Asian American community in the United States. Whereas Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has a history of perpetuating LGBTQ hate speech, including through her use of offensive posters in the halls of congressional office buildings beginning on February 24th, 2021. Whereas on November 22nd, 2022, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeted that an LGBTQ California state senator was, quote, "a communist groomer," unquote, an offensive slur that has been used to stoke fear and incite hatred of LGBTQ Americans. Whereas on March 7th, 2023, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene again referred to members of the LGBTQ community as, quote, "groomers," and spouted anti-trans rhetoric on the floor of the House of Representatives. Whereas on June 1st, 2023, the first day of Pride Month, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene tweeted a photo showing an anti-trans poster that she had displayed in the hall outside of her congressional office. Whereas on February 22nd, 2019, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene posted a video on Facebook claiming that the Muslim American members of Congress were not, quote, really official because they didn't take the oath of office on the Bible. Whereas on June 17th, 2020, Politico reported that Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene repeatedly engaged in Islamophobic rhetoric and suggested that Muslim Americans do not belong in the United States government. Whereas on May 10th, 2021, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene yet again referred to fellow Muslim American members of Congress as, quote, the Jihad Squad. Whereas on June 17th, 2020, Politico reported that Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene referred to black Americans as, quote, slaves to the Democratic Party and said that they should be proud to see Confederate monuments. Whereas on June 17th, 2020, Politico further reported that Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene stated in a video, quote, I know a ton of white people that are as lazy and sorry and probably worse than black people, unquote. Whereas on May 18th, 2023, Marjorie Taylor Greene compared being called a white supremacist to a person of color being called the N-word, a vile racial slur. Whereas on January 28th, 2021, a video of Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene resurfaced in which she used a harmful and offensive slur targeting Americans with disabilities with the National Down Syndrome Society called, quote, heartbreaking and unacceptable. Whereas on November 1st, 2018, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene denied the attacks on September 11th, saying there was, quote, a so-called plane that crashed into the Pentagon, and, quote, it's odd that there's never been any evidence to show a plane at the Pentagon. Whereas on November 17th, 2018, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene peddled a vile anti-Semitic trope when she claimed that wildfires in California were caused by space lasers operated by members of the Jewish community. Whereas on August 17th, 2020, a video of Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene resurfaced in which she stated that the mass shooting at the Country Music Festival in Las Vegas, Nevada, where 60 people were murdered, was perpetuated in order to pass anti-gun legislation. Whereas on January 19th, 2021, Media Matters published a screenshot of Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene on Facebook, where she emphatically agreed that the mass shooting at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, where 17 American students and teachers were murdered, was a false flag event. Whereas on January 21st, 2021, Media Matters published a screenshot on Facebook, a comment that Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene posted that claimed 9/11 was, quote, done by our own government, to which she responded, that is all true. Whereas that same comment, liked and agreed to by Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, further claimed that the mass shooting at Sandy Hook Elementary, where 26 people, including 20 precious children, were murdered, was staged. Whereas on September 3rd, 2020, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene posted an image of herself holding a gun next to images of 3 members of Congress with a caption encouraging, quote, going on offense after them. Whereas on January 26, 2021, CNN reported on posts, comments, and likes by Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene from 2018 and 2019, in which Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene liked several posts and comments on Facebook demonstrating her support for the execution of several members of the Democratic Party, including the Speaker of the House, Nancy Pelosi, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton, and President Barack Obama. Whereas on January 26, 2021, CNN further reported that Marjorie Taylor Greene liked a Facebook comment on January 2019 that stated, quote, a bullet to the head would be quicker, in reference to the removal of Speaker Nancy Pelosi. Whereas on January 26, 2021, CNN also reported that deleted videos showed Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene calling for the execution of Speaker Nancy Pelosi and stating that she was, quote, a traitor to our country, that she's guilty of treason and should suffer death or she'll be in prison. Whereas Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene has perpetuated the big lie related to the 2020 presidential election by espousing conspiracy theories and by threatening and inciting violence. Whereas on October 26, 2021, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene downplayed the actions of those who participated in the January 6th attack on the Capitol and said, quote, "If you think about what our Declaration of Independence says, it says to overthrow tyrants." Whereas on November 4th, 2021, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene went to visit those incarcerated related to the January 6th attack on the Capitol, in which she referred to them as, quote, "the Patriot wing of the D.C. jail." Whereas on November 10th, 2021, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene referred to those who participated in the January 6th attack on the Capitol as, quote, "political prisoners of war." Whereas on December 10th, 2021, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene said that if she had organized the January 6th attack on the Capitol, quote, "we would have won. Not to mention, we would have been armed." Whereas on July 19th, 2023, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene displayed pornographic images during an official committee hearing that she claimed depicted a member of President Biden's family. Whereas on July 19th, 2023, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene sent an official press release and posted to her official congressional website a public hearing commentary featuring pornographic images she claimed depicted a member of President Biden's family. Whereas members of Congress have promised to always have the back of Marjorie Taylor Greene, no matter the extent of her vile and hateful behavior, now therefore be it resolved that Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene be censured. Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene forthwith present herself in the well of the House of Representatives for the pronouncement of censure, and Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene be censured with the public reading of this resolution by the Speaker.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the Majority Leader or the Minority Leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the Chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentlewoman from Vermont will appear in the record at this point. The Chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. The determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 2A1 of Rule 9, I rise to give notice of my intent to raise a question of the privileges of the House. The form of the resolution is as follows: House Resolution 773. Providing for the expulsion of Representative George Santos from the House of Representatives. Whereas George Anthony DeVolder Santos, known as George Santos, was elected to represent New York's 3rd Congressional District in the House of Representatives on November 8, 2022. Whereas after Election Day, it was revealed George Santos lied about a significant portion of his background, including his education and previous employment. Whereas George Santos has a long history of misrepresenting his and his family's connections to major events, including the Holocaust, September 11th terrorist attacks, and the Pulse nightclub shooting. Whereas on May 9th, 2023, George Santos was indicted on 13 counts of wire fraud, money laundering, stealing public funds, and lying on federal financial disclosure forms to the House of Representatives. Whereas a federal grand jury indicted an aide to George Santos's campaign on charges of wire fraud and identity theft for defrauding potential donors by impersonating Speaker Kevin McCarthy's former chief of staff. Whereas on October 5th, 2023, George Santos's former campaign treasurer pled guilty to falsifying campaign finance records, including lying about a $500,000 loan that George Santos claimed to have donated to the campaign himself. Whereas on October 10th, 2023, George Santos was federally charged with an additional 10 criminal counts. Whereas the additional charges were serious in nature, including conspiracy to commit offenses against the United States of America, wire fraud, aggravated identity theft, access device fraud, false statements to the Federal Election Commission, and falsifying records to obstruct the commission. Whereas the indictment outlined a vast amount of evidence against Santos, including conversations he held with his former campaign treasurer outlining plans to commit the fraud he is charged with. Whereas these charges indicate that George Santos engaged in a serious financial fraud throughout his 2022 campaign for the House of Representatives. Whereas George Santos stole over $44,000 from donors by charging their credit cards without authorization. Whereas George Santos directly profited from his fraudulent actions, including transferring money to his own bank account to buy luxury items and pay off debt. Whereas George Santos engaged in election fraud throughout his 2022 campaign by deceiving voters regarding his biography, defrauding donors, and engaging in other illegal campaign behavior. And whereas, as a result of these actions, George Santos is not fit to serve his constituents as a United States representative. Now, there it be resolved that pursuant to Article 1, Section 5, Clause 2, of the Constitution of the United States of America, Representative George Santos be and hereby is expelled from the House of Representatives.
Under Rule 9, a resolution offered from the floor by a member other than the Majority Leader or the Minority Leader as a question of the privileges of the House has immediate precedence only at a time designated by the Chair within 2 legislative days after the resolution is properly noticed. Pending that designation, the form of the resolution noticed by the gentleman from New York will appear in the record at this point. The Chair will not at this point determine whether the resolution constitutes a question of privilege. That determination will be made at the time designated for consideration of the resolution. GT. The Chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to acknowledge the remarkable history of the Nittany Valley Volunteer Fire Company located in Clinton County. Their story is one of courage, dedication, and community spirit. The story begins in 1948 as a group led by Jim Wolf made history by bidding $300.01 to purchase a retired 1916 Aaron's Fox pumper from the Citizens Hose Company in Lock Haven, Pennsylvania. Over the years, they acquired essential equipment, including a tank truck with a mounted pump and a 1952 International truck. Their commitment to the community has never wavered, and they are always ready to respond to emergencies. The volunteer fire department has evolved over time. Today, residents only have one number to call, but in the beginning, calls were directed to the Mabus home, which was directly next to the fire station. The Nittany Valley Volunteer Fire Company stands as a testament to the unwavering dedication of its members, past and present, to safeguarding their community. Their history is one of resilience and community support. Thank you to the Nittany Valley Volunteer Fire Company on their 75th anniversary for your enduring commitment to safety and well-being of our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey rise to seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to discuss the new House Speaker, Representative Mike Johnson. In doing some research, not knowing the gentleman very well, I've come to find out that he's not the moderate unifier that we need right now. Speaker Johnson was a key player in Trump's plot to overthrow our democracy. He worked to justify the tragic January 6th insurrection, an attack that threatened the lives of my House colleagues, Republican and Democrat alike. Speaker Johnson wants the government to control a woman's right to her health care decisions. He wants the government to control who Americans can marry. And he wants the government to ban interracial marriage. Then he wants to slash funding for Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, and deny critical health care to vulnerable seniors. Americans reject these extreme agenda items, yet Republicans voted for him
Your time has expired.
The People's House. Once again, they're putting politics over the American people. And with that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia rise to seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize October as American Pharmacist Month. As a pharmacist myself, I want to recognize pharmacists' contributions to our healthcare system and to our communities. Pharmacists play a crucial role in our communities. Over 90% of the U.S. population can access a pharmacy within a 5-mile radius of their homes. For many, they are their main access to health care. 90% of COVID-19 vaccinations, 60 to 70% of flu vaccines, and over 80% of overall vaccines in the U.S. are administered in pharmacies. It's no wonder that pharmacists are the most trusted and accessible healthcare professionals in the nation. I could talk for days about the importance of pharmacists in the American healthcare system, and I'm proud of my own time as a pharmacist. So during this month of October, make sure to thank a pharmacist, as they truly are the backbone of our healthcare system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise to seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm so glad we have reopened the House, and there's much work ahead of us. We're just days away from a government shutdown that could disrupt essential services that our children, veterans, military families, and seniors rely on. The American people are counting on us to deliver a bipartisan farm bill that uplifts farmers, producers, and communities across our nation. We must also address security at our southern border and our more than $33 trillion national debt. Above all, we must remain committed to the safety and security of the American people. Our ally, Israel, is engaged in a war against Hamas fighters. Meanwhile, we must stop Putin in his tracks. And yes, there's Iran and China. A threat to democracy anywhere in the world is a threat to democracy here in the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise to seek recognition?
A minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to raise awareness for Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease, or CJD. CJD is a rare brain disease that causes a rapid decline in a person's cognitive health and often leads to death within only a few months to 1 year following the onset of symptoms. There are about 500 new cases in the United States each year. Though rare, every CJD patient and thousands of people in their communities have a story of how their lives have been impacted by this disease. I personally have dealt with the loss of a dear friend and mentor, the former mayor of Bakersfield, Harvey L. Hall. Harvey Hall was a passionate man with a great love for life, his family, his community, and his country. He was a beloved member of our community and the longest-serving mayor in Bakersfield's history. Mayor Hall lost his life from CJD just 2 weeks after diagnosis. His sudden death was a shock to our community and devastating for all who knew him, including his wife of 28 years, who is here with us today, LaVon Hall. Today, I'm introducing a resolution that would designate November 12, 2023 as CJD Awareness Day to honor Mayor Hall's memory and help raise awareness for CJD patients and their families across the country. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this bipartisan resolution. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oregon rise to seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today out of deep sadness, frustration, and anger. Last night, we witnessed yet another mass shooting in Maine that claimed the lives of at least 18 innocent people. These tragedies have come to define daily life in America, but it doesn't have to. We need to pass common sense gun safety legislation that a majority of Americans support, including expanded background checks and a federal assault weapons ban. At the same time, we need to address the mental health crisis in our communities by expanding access to care and ensuring more people can get the help they need. There are many solutions to this problem and no time to waste. So I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join me in saying, not one more. No more lives to be taken and families irreparably broken by gun violence. And no more thoughts and prayers without action. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee rise to seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is acknowledged, recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to remember a fallen officer from Tennessee, Sergeant William Cherry of the Macon County Sheriff's Department. Sergeant Cherry passed away following a head-on collision that occurred while he was conducting a routine patrol on July 29, 2023. Those who worked alongside him described the sergeant as a leader and mentor. They say he wore the badge with honor and that he truly carried out his oath as a law enforcement officer. Sergeant Cherry cared deeply about protecting his community, especially protecting children from potential harm. The outpouring of support shown to his family since his passing is a testament to his impact on the community he cared so much about, an impact that will be felt for some time to come. We lost a truly dedicated public servant and a great example of what it means to be a Tennessean. Mr. Speaker, I extend my deepest condolences to his wife and daughter. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Mexico rise to seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House and to revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Cynthia Vernon Warren. Cynthia came to New Mexico in 1958 and fell in love with our beautiful state. While she lived in Albuquerque for over 50 years, Cynthia had a soft spot for the village of Truchas and frequently visited the awe-inspiring Sangre de Cristo Mountains. It is also where many of her dearest lifelong friends lived. Cynthia was an educator. She worked hard to support communities in the South Valley. She taught English and reading and started English as a second language program at Rio Grande High School. She was a leader and served our kids as the chair of the Reading and Languages Department. Cynthia has also had a passion for politics, especially social and environmental justice issues and civil rights. Along with her husband, Bill, who served in the state legislature, Cynthia believed that she was here on this earth and in our communities to work for a better future. When Cynthia passed away last July, we lost a beloved wife, mother, aunt, and member of the community. Today, it is an honor to pay tribute to a woman who touched so many lives and so many New Mexicans with love, care, and a passion for service.
For what purpose does a gentleman from Texas rise to seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and the legacy of Mr. Jim Henry. Mr. Henry's legacy is one of true innovation and foresight. His pioneering work in the Permian Basin oil fields, and particularly in the Wolfberry Play, laid the groundwork for the shale revolution that reinvigorated the entire region. His dedication, expertise, and tireless efforts transformed not only the industry but the lives of countless families throughout America and beyond. But beyond his professional accomplishments, Mr. Henry was known for his generous spirit and his philanthropy. He understood the importance of giving back to the community that had given him so much. As a prominent businessman in Midland, Texas said, he was a legend and a sweet man at the same time, a rare combination. His legacy will be forever woven into the fabric of the Permian Basin, a testament to the power of vision, hard work, and dedication. Mr. Henry's family and loved ones are in my prayers and in my thoughts. Our community will continue to honor Jim's remarkable achievements and his positive impacts on the world. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania rise to seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for a minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My heart is breaking for the parents, children, friends, and neighbors in Lewiston, Maine, who woke up today to the unfathomable grief of yet another mass shooting. We do not have to live like this. My constituents know it, and Mr. Speaker, your constituents know it too. Americans are disgusted by Congress's failure to check the gun violence that is so rampant across our country, and they should be. Gun violence now impacts all of us in urban areas, in rural areas, and in red states and blue. We must work together to address the gun violence crisis. The House can and must act now to consider the numerous gun violence prevention bills that are waiting to be brought to the floor and that a majority of Americans, Democrats, Independents, and Republicans support. We call on Speaker Johnson to bring these common sense and constitutional bills to the floor as soon as possible. Our constituents, our children, deserve to know where their representatives stand on these bills. The very least you can do is have the courage to show them. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California rise to seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A recent study that has taken over 10 years by University of Idaho has shown that cattle and sage grouse can indeed coexist. There's been a great battle for many years over the sage grouse habitat in western states, including my own district in Northern California, and the interaction of cattle on that, whether grazing is appropriate or not. Well, it's found that during the study, not only is there no net negative effect for light to medium grazing, but that it actually can be a positive benefit in helping to move about the soil and to increase the insect biomass that is important for the grouse itself. So the idea of it being a negative has been dispelled by a very long and comprehensive study on that. So this goes to show that what mankind can do with interaction in nature can be very positive. Grazing is also very well adapted to keeping fire safety as a plus in our forested areas as well. We need more to be done by the U.S. Forest Service to have grazing be part of the solution for wildfire in western states. I yield back.
Louisiana. For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana rise to seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of Maureen Rosary O'Donnell Sherman, who peacefully departed this world on the eve of her 90th birthday. Maureen's life was dedicated to love, devotion, and service. Her journey began as a secretary at Loyola University, where fate led her to the love of her life, Rags Sherman. Their union in 1959 marked the beginning of a lifelong partnership, and her unwavering support defined the legacy of the Sherman family in New Orleans baseball. From the start of the Delgado Community College Athletic Department to her tireless leadership of Rags's New Orleans Boosters, Maureen became the beloved First Lady of New Orleans baseball. Maureen's life of service extended to the city of New Orleans, where she worked for over 3 decades in various roles at City Hall. Her dedication as a secretary to 3 mayors underscored her commitment to public service. Maureen's life touched everyone she encountered, and her mama wisdom, faith, hope, and joy left a lasting mark on our hearts. We love you. We miss you. May you rest in peace. I yield back.
For For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina rise to seek recognition?
Said to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is acknowledged for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the North Carolina General Assembly voted to pass an extreme partisan gerrymander of our state's congressional map. To be clear, this is Republican legislators trying to handpick their own voters and predetermine the outcome of elections before they ever happen. This is not a new practice. In nearly every state, partisan gerrymandering has been used as a tool by politicians to manipulate electoral outcomes with surgical precision. It doesn't matter who's doing it, Democrats or Republicans. Gerrymandering is bad for democracy. It's time to end gerrymandering and implement a nonpartisan, independent redistricting commission in every state. We need to pass the Freedom to Vote Act now. By taking politicians out of the redistricting process, we can restore fairness and ensure that voters are the ones choosing their politicians, not the other way around. No matter what happens, I'm going to keep fighting for North Carolina. It's time to restore faith in our government, end gerrymandering, and protect the right to vote for every single North Carolinian. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nevada rise to seek recognition?
I ask to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with great pride to congratulate our own Las Vegas Aces on their remarkable achievement of back-to-back WNBA championship wins. This team has done it again. Their hard work, talent, and teamwork have demonstrated what a never-give-up attitude can achieve, battling past setbacks from injuries, including star and last year's Finals MVP Chelsea Gray. I want to recognize this year's Finals MVP A'ja Wilson, and to the Aces coach Becky Hammon. Mr. Speaker, it's not every day that a city gets to celebrate 3 championships in just over a year, 2 from the Las Vegas Aces. That's why I was proud to join Vice President Kamala Harris in recognizing the team at the White House in August. Las Vegas is a city of champions. For the second straight year, the team finished with the best regular season record. Congratulations to everyone on this achievement, especially the players and coaching staff. Southern Nevada is excited to see more of what this team has, and we look forward to many more successes. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at noon on Monday, October 30th, 2023.
Without objection. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 6 minutes, 60 minutes, as the designee of the majority part.
I thank the Speaker. I'm sure it was a slip of the tongue to say I'm recognized for 6 minutes instead of 60 minutes. I have no doubt the floor staff is overjoyed to be returning to the floor and having business getting back to normal. And so I'll be sure to try to make sure I use the entirety of the 60 minutes and regale our fine staff. I do want to take a moment to thank the staff, as the Speaker did when he was voted into office and sworn in yesterday. We have great staff who work hard here on the floor and keep this institution functioning, even when sometimes we're not functioning so much as a body. So I'm grateful for the staff. As a former staffer, I know how hard they work, and I'm deeply appreciative for it. And, we've had an interesting few weeks, and a lot of people around the country were asking questions about what we were doing and having a debate about the Speaker of the House. And my response has largely been, we're doing our job. We're having a debate in this body about the future of the country. And that's actually what we're supposed to do. And choosing a Speaker of the House following a Speaker of the House, removing a Speaker of the House. All of those are things that are part of our job to figure out what we need to do to make sure that we're doing the people's work in the people's house. And all of this will be forgotten in a matter of hours, days, and certainly in the history books. The only thing that's going to matter is what we do with our power in this institution in the House of Representatives to represent the people. That's all that's really going to matter in the end. All of the noise, all of the debate, all of the reporters scurrying around, all of the interviews and 24/7 news shows, none of that will matter. None of that will be remembered. None of our kids, none of our grandkids are going to be wandering around in 10 years or 40 years or 100 years saying, well, man, what about that interview on Sean Hannity or on MSNBC or something? They're not going to know anything about that. The only question that will matter is, are they living in a free and strong country? That's the only thing that's going to matter. Are they able to carry out their God-given rights that are protected under our Constitution and under the laws of the United States, or are they not? And one of the things that I think is really important that I've observed throughout this process, as I sit here in a largely empty chamber with 2 members of Congress, a lot of my colleagues, are catching their flights home after a few weeks of drama surrounding the Speaker. One of the things that I've observed in this debate about who should be the Speaker and what House Republicans want to do with the majority is that my Democrat colleagues are nowhere to be found on any of the issues that matter to the people I represent and the vast majority of the American people. That is the simple truth. With all due respect to my Democrat colleagues, some of whom I consider friends and I've worked to move legislation with, happy to have debates with, they are utterly missing in action when it comes to anything that matters to the people that I represent. $33.5 trillion in debt, $2 trillion a year in deficit spending, and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, and frankly, a decent number of my own colleagues on this side of the aisle, are completely missing in action when it comes to figuring out how to stop spending money we don't have. When it comes to open borders, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle not only won't sit down to figure out solutions, they're actively working to thwart any possible path to doing what we need to do to secure the border of the United States. And the American people, particularly the Texans that I represent, are looking with abject horror on the utter and complete failure that is this body and the Senate and the White House's response to wide open borders. And in fact, their active engagement in creating the environment where our borders can be exploited. So again, just to be very specific, the American people that I talk to and my constituents that I represent, they want us to stop spending money we don't have and to stop racking up debt. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle refuse to do anything about it. The constituents I represent, the American people I talk to, want us to secure the border of the United States and stop the endless streaming of fentanyl into our communities, the empowerment of cartels, the empowerment of China, the destruction, the murder, the mayhem, the deaths of migrants, the deaths of our own citizens, all for wide open borders that are directly contrary to law. The American people want us to stop it. My Democratic colleagues refuse and in fact are all too happy to participate in the human smuggling chain that is decimating Americans and migrants. That is the truth. It is generally, observably speaking, an undeniable truth. My Democratic colleagues will not respond to the constituents that I represent or the American people I talk to who are asking for our military to focus on its core mission rather than be turned into a social engineering experiment in a uniform. The American people don't want that. They don't want to destroy the culture of the military. They don't want to undermine the ability of the military to perform. They don't want recruiting to be in the basement. They want their military to be very good at killing people and destroying things when called into action to do so. They want it to be used sparingly. They don't want to be involved in endless wars. They don't want us to be engaged in foreign entanglements, to use the wording of President Washington, endlessly. They want us to stop that. My Democratic colleagues have no interest in ensuring that our national defense, that our military, is focused on its mission rather than on funding transgender surgeries, funding offices of so-called diversity, equity, inclusion, and chief diversity officers, and all of the things that divide us up by race, that divide us up instead of making us unified. All of the things that the people that I represent, all of those things, the weaponization of government against the people, concerned about an FBI targeting parents, concerned about an FBI that is politicized, a ATF that wants to undermine your ability to defend yourself and your communities, even while my Democratic colleagues refuse to stand by law enforcement and ensure that our communities are safe. Even as I saw San Antonio police officers, again last week, shot on our streets with a district attorney, Democrat district attorney, Soros-funded district attorney, utterly incapable and refusing to do his job to ensure those criminals are locked behind bars, and instead they are out on the streets shooting our police officers. Everybody in this country knows the state of affairs, that our communities are not safe because we allow criminals to roam them. They know that our border and our country is not safe because people affiliated with terrorist organizations and gangs and cartels are coming across our border. They know that fentanyl is streaming into our communities. They know that the Chinese are exploiting our border and working with cartels to do it. They know that we are catching people from Iran, from Lebanon, from Indonesia, from places all over the world at our border. People affiliated with dangerous organizations in Colombia and South America. But they also know that there are hundreds of thousands, millions who are gotaways that get into our country. And again, I want to say this because it's really important that our Democratic colleagues refuse to work with us on any of those issues, period, full stop. Happy to engage in any debate with any of my Democratic colleagues anytime on any of these issues and have them bring forward any meaningful policies that will make a difference on any of those things. Now, why is that important? Why is it important to make very clear to the American people that my Democratic colleagues have no interest in working with us on any of the issues to deal with debt, deficit spending, open borders, a military that's not focused on its mission, crime on our streets, cutting spending to stop inflation so the American people are no longer suffering? Why is it important to make that crystal clear? Because the American people are wondering why Washington is broken. And I'll tell you, it's been decades of rot, decades of institutional powers that be making decisions in this town. And they don't like it if you change it. They don't like it if you're fighting back. And so that matters in the context of the debate over the Speaker of the House. The 221 Republicans in the House of Representatives, a thin majority, are having a full and open debate in front of the American people about the future of this country. I have strong disagreements with a number of my colleagues in the Republican Party. But the debate that is going on in the Republican Party is the debate that is going on across this country, but it is a debate being fully ignored by my Democratic colleagues. They are not a part of it. I listened to the minority leader speak from the rostrum before the newly elected Speaker of the House spoke yesterday. I heard the Minority Leader Jeffries talking about all of the things the Democrats have done to save this country this year. How it was Democrats who stepped in his words, at the brink of so-called default in June. It was Democrats who stepped in at the brink of so-called shutdown in November. It was Democrats who stepped in the speaker's race, by the way. Keep in mind that my Democratic colleagues, when they say they are saving things, they're driving the train for $4 trillion of increased national debt and a continuing resolution to keep this government going at a $2 trillion deficit. That's what my Democratic colleagues are championing as being saving this country. Somebody explain that to me. Somebody explain to me how that's what the American people sent us here to do. So for my Republican colleagues, what are we going to do to change it? 8 of my colleagues vacated the chair. What that means is they called the question on the Speaker of the House. Lots of my colleagues on this side of the aisle, many Republicans across the country, stood in violent disagreement with those 8. I didn't vote alongside those 8 at that moment. I thought we should try to finish it out for another month or two under the structures we had put in place in January to change this institution, to put more conservatives on the Appropriations Committee, to put more conservatives on the Rules Committee, to have more engagement, all of which led to very good legislation. The strongest border security bill we've ever passed in H.R. 2. The strongest national defense authorization bill that we've ever passed that would repurpose and refocus the military on its mission rather than being woke and engaged in social engineering. A strong limit, save, grow bill that would have modestly increased the debt while transforming spending in this town. We did that. We passed 4 appropriations bills in a town that never passes appropriations bills any longer. We did that. But those 8 stood up for a reason. And they should be proud that they stood up for that reason. Because those 8 stood up for change. You see, the status quo in this town is going to destroy this country. The status quo, continuing to do the same thing we've done over and over and over again, is going to change this country and destroy it. I have a 14-year-old son, I have a 12-year-old daughter. I know my friend from Tennessee behind me and my friend from Arizona in the chair. Proud fathers, family men, a veteran. We want to save this country for our kids and our grandkids. And my question for my colleagues on this side of the aisle as we elect a new speaker and we have 220 united behind that speaker is, are you going to unite behind that speaker to change this town and change this country? Yes or no? Now's the time. I'm tired of all the empty rhetoric about unity. I'm tired of all the empty rhetoric about what we need to do and that whatever the majority of this conference says goes. No, I didn't swear an allegiance to the Republican Party. I didn't swear an allegiance to the majority of Republican colleagues. I took an oath to the Constitution of the United States under God and representing the people who sent me here to represent them. Nothing more. I have for my entire life, I am 51 years old, been watching a majority of this body and often a majority of this Republican conference destroy this country day in, day out. Genuine question I've asked to my colleagues, to which I generally don't get much of a response. Do you believe that the majority of the Republican House of Representatives, the Republican conference, has done a good job over the last half century in my 51 years? Has the majority of Republicans, have we stood up to cut spending, or have we instead increased spending and increased debt? Everybody knows the answer to that question. Have we increased the size and scope of the federal government, or have we decreased it? Everybody knows the answer to that question. Have we as Republicans, the majority, making decisions and selecting the speaker and doing the same thing over and over and over again? Have we led to open borders and an unsecure border, or have we created a secure and sovereign border? Have we sided with the Chamber of Commerce and cheap labor and all of the lobbyists in town? Or have we stood with the people to say that the border should be secure so that we're safe? And importantly, that the rule of law is being enforced? Everybody knows the answer to that question. Have we engaged constantly in putting ourselves in foreign entanglements endlessly without clear mission and without clear end? Or have we had a very specific and concrete mission that we use our military discreetly, powerfully, limitedly, and come home? I think everybody who has eyes can see the answer to that question. The number of our own members who are missing an eye, wearing a patch, a man without legs, a man without an arm, battle scars from generations of endless conflict as long as I've been alive. Are we a country that believes that we are supposed to declare war and have a Congress that stands behind that and gets in and out? Or do we believe we should have endless conflict? Again, I ask, majority of Republicans have put those policies forward. More debt, open borders, a military that has lost its way, its focus, and engaged in endless conflict, expanded the federal government at exponential levels. Just today, trying to be a team player, many of us who strongly oppose continued funding of programs, agencies that we don't support because they're vastly out of their constitutional role, the Department of Energy and all sorts of programs. We voted for a bill to try to move the ball forward as a team, trying to cut spending and get appropriations bills so we can change this town. Met with abject resistance from this side of the conference saying, no, we're not going to keep cutting spending. We're going to oppose your amendments cutting programs and spending. We're not going to do the work that we said we would do to balance the budget, limit the size and scope of government. We meet resistance every day within our own party. So how, pray tell, can we save this country if half of the body has no interest in being sovereign, no interest in having a secure border, no interest in cutting spending, no interest in having a defense that is mission-focused instead of being woke and socially engineered? And half of the body is only slightly less. How can we do that? And I'll tell you the answer. The answer is that some of us are going to continue to force change in this town. When this Congress began, there was a debate about the speaker. We forced change through rules. We demanded that we could read the bills. We demanded that we would have more representation on the committees. We demanded that there would be single subject legislation. We demanded that we would get appropriations bills done. Only 4 times in my lifetime, in 50 years, have we passed all 12 appropriations bills, rather than letting deals get cut in smoke-filled rooms. And it worked for a while, and we made this place better. But as usual, the powers that be circled, and so more change is needed. So now we have a new speaker. And the question before us is what we will do with that. I believe we have to be very clear. I believe we need to tell the administration, Senate Democrats, House Democrats, Senate Republicans, and indeed some in our own conference, we need to tell them very clearly that it is a new day and that it is time for the American people to be represented. It is time for this town to no longer roll over the American people for their own interest, special interest, or just sheer laziness. Specifically, House Republicans must stand athwart the Biden administration and Senate Democrats, with the help of Senate Republicans, objective to force through a massive supplemental bill for funding for Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, and allegedly the border of some $100 billion or any other number. Instead, House Republicans should send over a standalone Israel bill, fully paid for. There's a novel concept, fully paying for something. Under no circumstances should the House Republican Conference allow legislation to get to the floor of this House that is not paid for and that is not focused entirely on Israel with respect to this package. We should stand by Israel. It is in our interest, but it is not in our interest, or frankly Israel's, for us to continue to borrow money we don't have to fund it. So we should pay for it. The second thing we should do is continue to move appropriations bills, but not for the sake of it. With all due respect to some of my colleagues who think it is an end into itself to move appropriations bills, it is not. We must move appropriations bills that are responsible, that pull back on the abuses of this administration, and importantly, reduce spending. We are not there yet. We have more to do. Thirdly, when it comes to November 17th, this House Republican Conference must not blink. The fact that funding expires in 3 weeks means we should get our job done to get appropriations bills passed, and any stopgap spending measure should be short and focused on forcing the Senate and the White House to come to the table and cut spending. It cannot be that we're going to continue to do what we've always done, which is to kick the can down the road, spend money we don't have, rack up debt, and do the same old thing we've always done. Fourth, and this is probably the most important thing that needs to be said, I don't care who's in charge. I don't care who the speaker is. I don't care what this Republican conference puts out, doesn't put out. We have an obligation as Republicans who campaign on securing the border, who go on TV and do interviews and go to our constituents and do mailers and do fundraisers talking about securing the border, to fully and completely secure the border. And under no circumstances should we allow a single dollar to even be considered for Ukraine, if at all, certainly not without having done our job to secure the border, which means, let me be very clear, for everyone in the Senate and all of my House colleagues, Democrat or Republican, a secure border starts with H.R. 2 and every component in it, and I don't want to hear all of your excuses about what the Senate will take or not take. Otherwise, take your Ukraine funding and shove it. I am sick and tired of this place doing the same old thing. And again, it does not matter who's in the chair. It does not matter who's in the Senate. It does not matter who's in the White House. We have an obligation as members of this body to do our job. Because as I said before, we are a massively divided country and a massively divided House of Representatives representing that divided country. And there are people in this country who are suffering as a result. There are people in Texas who are taking it on the chin with tens of thousands of people pouring into our communities. Hospitals getting overrun, schools getting overrun, police losing their lives, getting overrun. Cartels empowered, fentanyl pouring into our communities. And I am sick and tired of it. And I'm glad that some of my colleagues have finally awakened in New York and elsewhere because, oh, you've got 100,000 people suddenly. Well, guess what? We've had millions pouring through Texas. My friend from Arizona in the chairs had millions pouring through Arizona. And all we do is give lip service to it. We talk about securing the border. All my colleagues running around, Chip, come to me, tell me, what do you think the Democrats will actually take? That's what's wrong with this place. It's not about what they'll take. It's about doing the right thing. I know the people that I represent. I know the people that my friend from Tennessee represents. I know that the people that my friend from Arizona represents are sick and tired of words. And yet all we really have as members of Congress are words and our vote. So we use our vote the best way we know how to shape the direction of this country. And sometimes that's not easy. Sometimes you do have to compromise to figure out how to make it work in a legislative body. That's fine. But the words we use matter. When the Speaker of the House, my friend Mike Johnson, took the oath yesterday and then spoke to the American people from the rostrum, he spoke very eloquently about our motto, "In God We Trust." He spoke very eloquently about our constitutional principles, about what it means to be an American, about our founding. We have an obligation as members of this body to fight for the American people who send us here. There are 330 million Americans who will rely upon the 435 of us to fight for them, to fight to defend and uphold all of the values that are represented by the flag hanging behind my friend from Arizona. Whenever we come to the floor, whenever we give speeches, by the way, I'm happy to yield to my friend from Tennessee if you'd like any time. Whenever we come to the floor, whenever we give speeches to an empty chamber, you ask, well, what's the point? The point is actually to try to highlight that we're supposed to use this chamber to debate and be deliberative. We set out to change this place almost a year ago, and we've made some pretty good strides, but we are far from it. Because I would ask my friend from Tennessee, or I'd ask my friend who's in the chair, what are the great debates we've seen on the floor of the House? Where are the great engagements we've seen? Or is it rather that all we see are the rote procedures of coming down and standing at the mic and offering an amendment for 3 minutes, and then 3 minutes, and then back, and it's all set up, and then the votes are set up, and then we're done? Or are we actually debating the future of the country? because that's what's at stake. We can talk about debt commissions. We can talk about whatever things that we might do in the future one day. But the country is hurting while we're sitting here in this chamber not getting it done. So my main hope with having a new speaker, my friend Mike Johnson, who is a man of faith, a family man, a father of 5, who gave a moving accounting of the loss of his father right before he became an elected representative. My hope is that the hand of God is at play with the current makeup of the leaders of this country in this body to have the courage to stand up and follow where the Lord is opening the door for us to go, if we'll have the will to do it. I don't pretend to have all the right answers or know every right play or move on a spending bill or a piece of legislation. What I do know is that we cannot continue to do what we've been doing. What I do know is that if we have any single responsibility as members of Congress, it is to follow the Constitution of the United States, defend the rule of law, secure the blessings of liberty as we're called upon to do in the Constitution of the United States. And we cannot do that if we continue the lie that we can print money, spend money we don't have, to create programs that cannot be funded, to drive up the cost of health care, to drive up the cost of housing, to drive up the cost of energy, to utterly fail to do our actual responsibilities to secure the nation and to secure our communities. Those are the things that failed states do. And we are dangerously close to the cliff. And the question becomes whether Republicans are going to do what they said they will do. I, for one, am ready to be here all day, every day, until we get this right. I think I've seen my wife, my son, and daughter maybe 5 or 6 days over the last 45 days. We have an obligation to do our job. And I got to say something to my colleagues, a couple of whom left today had some medical reasons, and that's all fine. But if I hear another one of my colleagues talk about needing to be home for Halloween, if I hear another one of my colleagues talk about I need to fly out so I can get home to a fundraiser, or another one of my colleagues talk about needing to make it home for, oh, I got to see my newborn, all right. What do you think our men and women in uniform want to do when they're deployed for a year? You run for Congress, mean it. If you run for Congress, come up here and be willing to work. I'm sick and tired of my friends and my colleagues who run around campaigning on doing the hard work of shrinking the government, cutting spending, securing the border, making our defense strong, and then abandoning duty, walking out, flying on Monday, fly out on Thursday at noon. What in the hell is that? We should come in next week after Speaker Johnson has been able to get his office set up, and when we're in here next Wednesday, we should not leave. We should stay here. We should pass the appropriations bills. We should pass responsible legislation to support our friend Israel, but pay for it. We should pass legislation, if necessary, as a stopgap measure to deal with the appropriations process. but we shouldn't leave town. I cannot go home to the constituents I represent and look them in the eye and say we did our job when I have to meet another mother who lost their son or daughter to fentanyl, another spouse of a Border Patrol agent who lost their husband or wife in the line of duty, or a spouse of a police officer lost in the line of duty because we failed to do our job. The American people expect us to do ours. All of this drama about the Speaker is utter nonsense. Footnote in history. All that matters is what we do as a body. And for the 220 Republicans who united around Speaker Johnson and voted for him yesterday, that is only as good as uniting to actually carry out conservative policies that the American people sent you here to carry out. That's it. Otherwise, it's all a show. And today, we did the opposite. We funded programs we campaign against. We spent more money we don't have. So my question for my Republican colleagues is, are we going to do what we said we were going to do? It's a pretty simple question. And I hope my colleagues will go back and look at what they campaign on and then actually do it. One final point that I think merits observation. We have conflict in Israel. Around this country, we have protests by a generation of Americans who don't have the first clue of what actual sacrifice looks like. Don't have the first clue of what they're talking about with respect to what was wrought on the Israeli people by the barbaric acts of Hamas. In this country, we are enormously blessed, but we have foolishly funded an education system that allows for individuals to spend their time advancing radical, hateful, anti-Semitic, uninformed, ignorant, hateful nonsense in the name of free speech. Our friends in Israel were attacked violently and barbarically. The vast majority of Americans recognize that and proudly stand alongside Israel. But we have a problem in this country when there are people taking to the streets in support of a violent, terroristic organization, Hamas, in the false name of apartheid, in the false name of the supposed need for a two-state solution. The fact of the matter is, our friends in Israel, Israelis, our Jewish friends, have been on that land for millennia. I will not blink in standing alongside Israel. It is in our national security interest to do so. It is also the right thing to do. But if my colleagues think that we're going to save this country through sheer force without recognizing the cultural rot eating away at our own children, whether it's through electronic devices or our own education system, then they are mistaken. We cannot continue to fund the destruction of our own country. And yet that is what we do every single time we vote to perpetuate a broken education system and to fund the very programs that are funding the very rot that is destroying us from within. Some of our greatest leaders have observed that we will not be defeated by a foreign enemy, but we will be defeated from within. Our great calling, in my opinion, as members of Congress today, this generation of leaders, is to stand up in defense of our core values, proudly in defense of our Western civilization values, of our belief in God, our Constitution, our belief in limited government, our belief in the rule of law, and not shudder, not walk away in fear, but to proudly stand up in defense of that and to stop perpetuating the very cultural rot that undermines it. It is the only way that we will save this last great hope for mankind. I'm endlessly optimistic for the future of the country because of the people who love to live free. The Riley Gaineses of the world who dared to say no, the Scott Smiths of the world who dared to say no, the Chloe Coles of the world who dared to say no, the Mark Houcks of the world who dared to say no. The strength of this country is with the American people. It always has been and it always will be. Our calling is to make sure that this government that represents them empowers them and protects their liberties and nothing more. And that is our calling, and that is what I believe that our Speaker Mike Johnson, will enable us to do, because I know he believes in those principles. But the only way that Mike Johnson can be successful as Speaker is if 221 Republicans rally around him in defense of the Constitution of the United States and the rule of law and actually do what they campaigned on doing, rather than coming here and doing the same old thing and advancing the status quo and everything in this town that has been destroying our country from within for as long as I've been alive. It is time for Republicans to stand up. It is time for Republicans to actually defend the Constitution of the United States. It is time for Republicans to cut spending. It is time for Republicans to secure the border. It is time for Republicans to stand up in defense of our military. And it is time for Republicans to do their damn job. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from Texas.
I would move to adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday, October 30th, 2023.